correct?
Correct.
And that program provides opportunities for researchers from the both universities to convene workshops for the purposes of exchanging knowledge and, as you described in your statement, fostering new ideas and encouraging long-lasting research cooperation.
That's correct.
And so as part of the joint PhD program, a student from Melbourne University will have a supervisor from both Melbourne Uni and the Hebrew University of Jerusalem.
That's correct.
And likewise, a student from the Hebrew University would have a supervisor from both universities. Is that
correct.
Right? And you spend 2 years at the home institution and then a year at the overseas university if you're part of this program.
That's right.
And you end up with a PhD from both universities.
Correct.
And you are the academic lead for that joint PhD program.
That's right.
And what does that involve?
So I should just explain that this is just one of a number of joint PhD programs that the University of Melbourne has with commensurate institutions overseas. And each one of those programs has an academic lead responsible for the welfare of students during that program to assist them to through their PhD.
But there are a number of staff of the University of Melbourne involved in organising that program?
Absolutely, there would be at least 8 people,
all right.
All above me in the pecking order.
I see. Yes, you describe yourself as not having a senior decision-making role within
That's correct.
that program. Are you the only Jewish staff member working on it?
To the best of my knowledge, I'm the only identifiably kippah-wearing Jewish student, but there probably are other Jewish academics involved.
I see. And you say that all the projects that you're aware of pursued through that program have been what you describe as fundamental science projects without any military application.
Correct.
Is that right?
And
so
medical projects.
I'm sorry?
Medical projects,
for example.
as well.
All right. Engineering projects?
Engineering supervisors propose projects to the university. Once the projects are approved, the supervisors seek students to fill the PhD positions.
I see. And on your understanding, why did the university establish this program with Hebrew University?
It establishes programs with other universities to enhance the quality of our PhD, to invite PhD students from other universities to enhance the experience locally. It's a big part of a PhD student's training to get overseas experience.
Can I then ask you about what you described from paragraph 17 of your statement, which refers to a number of posters that were distributed on campus in relation to the joint PhD program. So could I take you, for example, to one of those posters, which is at Annexure A to your statement? It's the first poster that appears after the end of your statement, the yellow one.
Yes.
So this is a poster that was posted in various locations around the University of Melbourne campus.
Yes, and handed out to students.
And handed out to students. And this is about mid-2024?
I think so, yes.
All right. And so the title says, Weapons, PhD programs and scholarships, Uni Melb has ties to genocide. And then it goes on to say, in the second last paragraph, the Jerusalem-Melbourne Joint PhD program works with the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Steven Prawer, the lead of this program, played a key role in forging the University of Melbourne's partnership with the Defence Science and Technology Organisation, and it goes on. First of all, is that factually accurate, that you played a key role in forging the university's partnership with that organisation?
Yes, that's true.
All right, but not in the context of the joint PhD program?
No. The Defence Science Institute is a Australian initiative to forge links between defence, the government's defence research and the university.
I see. And in the context of the heading there that says UniMelb has ties to genocide, and the other parts of this poster that say UniMelb is committed to backing Israel and the genocide in Palestine, and then goes on to identify the joint PhD program and name you specifically. How did you interpret the allegations made against you in this poster?
Ridiculous.
But what did you understand them to suggest about you and your position on the alleged genocide in...
That somehow the role that I was playing in the university in supporting research with the Hebrew University was illegitimate.
All right. And somehow facilitating the genocide in
Correct.
Gaza. I see. And in your statement, you try to piece together how you could possibly have been singled out in this way. And you mentioned that earlier you had given a speech at what you described as a pro-Israel gathering of Jewish staff and Israeli staff. Is that right?
During the encampments, there was a event at which Jewish students and staff got together, actually outside of the university quadrangle because the encampments were there, and I gave a short speech saying what it was like for a Jewish staff member to walk past encampments every day that was screaming genocide, genocide, and that this was affecting Jewish life on campus.
I see. And by this point, had you also given your testimony at the parliamentary inquiry into anti-Semitism?
No.
Or did that come later?
It came later.
I see. And you also refer in your statement to a rally that was held on the 10th of September 2024 at the university. Was that rally focused on the collaboration between the university and universities in Israel?
Yes. That rally was called by, I think, an organisation called Students Against Warfare, although exactly who calls these rallies isn't always clear. And during that rally, there were university staff in attendance, security staff, and the head of that rally then said, let's march on Stephen's office.
Right. And that's what then happened. A number of students marched towards the physics building.
Correct.
And stood outside and chanted.
That's right.
Did you observe the chants?
No, because I was intercepted on the way back to my office by university security, who was sufficiently alarmed to suggest that I needed to be brought to a safe location.
I see. And subsequent to that, a range of
the installation of a emergency button, extra CCD cameras outside of my office.
All right. So you had to use a swipe card to be able to get into your office?
Correct.
But not into the physics building itself?
Not at that stage, no.
Not at that stage. And just to understand the layout of your office, is there kind of an ante-room that you go into
Correct.
first, then followed by your office?
Correct.
And do you need swipe cards to get into the ante-room or into your office, or both?
Now you do.
Now you do, but at this point?
At the point of after the events of the march on my office, university security said, we have to secure your office, and they decided to put the swipe cards on both the ante-room and my inner office.
I see. And you remark in your statement that dismayed you somewhat because you're used to having an open door policy.
Correct.
You invite students to come along and chat to you about what they're working on. And
we used to put a big bowl of fruit into the office. The bananas would always go first. and students would come in, grab a piece of fruit, have a chat.
Can I then take you forward to the events of October 9,
Sure.
2024? On that day, you arrived at your office, and can you describe what you witnessed when you first arrived?
I arrived at about 12:30. The first thing I saw was a Palestinian flag draped over one of the doors to the anteroom. There are two doors to the anteroom. The second door was open because it was being serviced by a technician because it wasn't working properly. The students had entered my office through that open door. When I came, the students, about 20 masked students were in my office. I shouldn't say students. All I know is that they were intruders into my office. I do not.
At the time, you didn't know whether or not they were students or outsiders.
Correct.
Or who they were.
Correct.
Most of them were masked.
Yes, with keffiyehs covering their faces.
Right. And in some cases, face masks
Yes.
as well. And about how many of them were? So were they in both your actual office as well as the anteroom?
No, only in the anteroom because the swipe card access was working into my office.
I see. And about how many individuals did you see in the anteroom when you arrived?
Anywhere between 15 and 20 because there's a corner to the anteroom and I couldn't see around the corner.
And did any of them say anything to you when you arrived in the room? What did
They said,
say?
"We've been waiting for you. Why don't you come in and have a chat with us?" I said to them, "Please leave. I'm happy to have a chat with you. Please come back after you make an appointment. I'm very happy to speak with you."
Right. And so can you just describe what you felt in that immediate moment when you see a group of 15 to 20 people, you don't know whether they're students or outsiders, with their faces covered, waiting in your room? What's running through your mind at that point?
Well, I don't know what their intentions were, but when a Jewish person with some experience of what happens in Israel sees a masked person, you can only see their eyes. The rest of them are covered with a keffiyeh. This is a classic terrorist pose, if you like, very familiar to most people. For the benefit of those who've never experienced that, it's a little bit like being in a bank and someone walking in with a balaclava over their head. Although they might be there to make a withdrawal, I think most people would be alarmed. And this was only 1 year after the atrocities in Israel, and so I was very perturbed. I had no idea at that stage if it was a protest, if it was a terrorist attack.
And so after you invited them to speak to you on another occasion and that they leave, what happened then?
They said, "No, we won't leave." I said, "You're trespassing and you're in my private space." I should just say this anteroom is a working space for my postdocs. One of my postdocs was in the lab at the time. Lots of samples, precious things, equipment on the floor, which we were very worried would be damaged. And they said to me, well, Israel trespasses on Palestinian lands. And I didn't know what to say to that. I said, "Please leave my office," and they wouldn't.
All right. At Annexure C to your statement, there's an image of what appears to be some masked people. Is that... did you take that photograph? Or?
Yes, the two photos in C I took, but that was difficult. I knew that I would need to document this, but as soon as I tried to take a photo, they tried to drag me into the room, not physically, but verbally.
What do you mean?
"Oh, come in, come in."
Right.
And when I refused, I decided that I had to call security.
All right. So you then called security?
I then tried to call security, but I had to search for the phone number, and on my way out to search for the phone number, I tried to get to a secure location. Around the corner is the entrance to the office of our physics building, and I tried to enter into that space. That's also swipe card access, but two students followed me and put their foot in the door to try to stop me closing the door.
And what did you say at that point?
I told them, "Move," and they did, and I closed the door and then I called security.
Right. You said in your statement that at a certain point these people were chanting things at you. What did they chant?
Well, as I left the office area to seek security, they chanted, "Prawer, Prawer, you can't hide, you're guilty of genocide."
And how did that make you feel hearing that?
Actually, to be honest, at the moment, I was puzzled. I wasn't exactly sure how I could be committing genocide, and I was, I suppose, a mixture of shock, but they continued that chant while I was trying to call security.
All right, so when you say they moved, you mean that the person followed you, took their foot out of the door and you managed to close the door?
Correct.
And then what happened?
I called security. Well, I tried to talk to my head of department who was not there. Security arrived. I told them to clear the room. They said, "We're waiting on instructions." I should just add that at that point in the development of the university, the only person that could actually call police was the Vice-Chancellor. And he was in a meeting, and I then called a person who had been assigned to me after the first march on my office, and he said, "We have to get you out of there." And he came to physically escort me out. And I believe after that, between 12:30 or 1:45 and 2 o'clock, I was not in that area, but police were called at that stage to remove the intruders.
And what do you understand happened when the police arrived?
When the police arrived, the formalities was that a representative of the university said, "This is university property, you're trespassing," and the students consulted with each other for 5 minutes, and they decided that they would accede to the demand of the police that they leave. My understanding, just observation, is that this was not a spontaneous protest born of excessive zeal. This was highly organised, and students were very disciplined. They knew exactly how far to go before the police would arrest them.
And after this event, you say, paragraph 42, that you saw some videos that had been posted online about this. What were those videos?
Some of the images that are in this document actually come from the posts of the Students Against Warfare, and they left my office. Their video of them leaving, all masked, with the police watching them leave and shouting, "We'll be back." That was about 2 o'clock. I just want to say that it's absolutely clear that the police made no attempt to ask for their names, addresses, to ask them to remove their face covering. The police treated that if the intruders left after they were formally instructed to do so, that no offence had been committed.
Right. And again, to clarify, you still don't know whether all of the people in the room were students. You subsequently found out that a few of them were, and we'll come to that. But that was
I have no idea. To this day, I do not know the identities of the people that were in my office.
Yes, we'll come to talk about that a little bit more later. But in terms of the other images that are in your statement at Annexure B,
yes.
So these are not photographs that you took yourself in Annexure B?
No, I believe those might be. I'm not sure who took them, because a lot of people did forward me pictures.
I understand. So starting with this one.
Yes.
So this is the first one in Annexure B. You understand this was a photograph taken in your office?
Correct.
And it has a sticker on a glass cabinet that says "Zionists are genocidal maniacs."
Yes.
Your assumption is that that was put there by the people who intruded into
absolutely,
your office? Yes. And there's a certificate of appreciation there in your name from the Australian Institute of Physics, and then a photograph. That is a photograph of you?
Yes.
Yes. But someone has applied a sticker with an Israeli flag with the Star of David in the middle and the words boycott at the top and a red circle with a cross through it.
Correct.
And your assumption is that that was also applied by the intruders, as we're calling them. Okay. And the second picture there is the Palestinian flag, which you mentioned earlier.
Yes.
The third picture appears to be someone who's attached signs to... Is this the ante-room we're looking at here?
Yes. That is actually the door to my office that the students couldn't break into, or the intruders couldn't break into.
Oh, I see. And so someone has stuck on the wall some printed text, and all we can see on the right-hand side there is your work will break your soul before it breaks the resistance. But do you understand that there was some text above that?
Yes, in the photo on the left you can just see Steven Prawer, your work will break your soul before it breaks the resistance.
Yes, all right, the sign in about the middle of the page on the other wall.
Correct.
Okay. And someone is drawing an inverted red triangle on that sign.
Yes.
And what's your interpretation of that inverted red triangle?
Well, the inverted red triangle is traditionally understood, at least by many, as a symbol used during the war with Hamas. Hamas puts that triangle to indicate this is a target. It's like X marks the spot. It's very difficult for me to interpret this in any other way that X marks the spot. This is where you should put your attention.
That is on you. But they're inviting the attention on you,
yes.
Personally.
I would just like to say that clearly this was a highly personal attack. Break your soul is not something that is, it's not generic, it's not the generic chance. This was highly directed by persons that are unknown to me. It was an implication that my work as a physicist and as an academic was somehow selling my soul to the devil. And I think the red triangle just consolidates that idea.
And those words in black and white, we will not be intimidated by police. Do you understand that to have been applied by the group who organised this intrusion?
I think that's a snapshot from their website.
I see.
They were not in any way shy of publicising their protest.
All right. And you also note at paragraph 45 that afterwards you discovered that the intruders had left a manifesto behind.
Yes.
And what did that say?
It said that we have, which I actually have a copy of here, but
that's all right. We'll sort
that out.
Okay,
sorry. It said that I'm the academic lead of the program, and because of my significant administrative role regarding the joint PhD, we have chosen to present our demands directly to his office.
I see.
They also refer to the fact that I have Australian Research Council funded joint research projects with Israeli academics. Sorry.
And the next day, the Vice-Chancellor issued a statement concerning this incident.
Yes.
And it effectively condemned the intrusion, is that right?
Yes, and I received calls from actually around Australia recognising that a line had been crossed because the students or the protesters had identified an individual. And can I say that this changes the equation of protest. When there are 50 students on the lawn protesting and surrounded by security staff, they don't pose an imminent threat to an individual. When there are 15 or 20 students in an office with an individual, the equation is completely different. You're surrounded, you're outnumbered, and I think this was, and regardless of the anti-Semitic aspects, academics should be allowed to collaborate with people freely. In this case, this was a question of deep principle that students, protesters have no right to dictate who you can and can't collaborate with.
I see. You have annexed the Vice-Chancellor's statement at Annexure E, and that said, amongst other things, that the Vice-Chancellor at the time was shocked and appalled, and that this type of behaviour is completely and utterly unacceptable and stands in direct opposition to the values we hold as a university. There are no circumstances whatsoever where a member of our university community should be targeted in this way. Did you consider that to be an appropriate response from the Vice-Chancellor at that time?
I did.
You describe how subsequently 150 university employees and affiliates signed a petition in relation to this event. That's mentioned at paragraph 48 of your statement. What did you understand the message of that petition to be, and what was your reaction to it?
So this was a very disappointing development. Whilst many colleagues lent support, 150 signatories from the University of Melbourne published a petition in the Overland saying that sit-ins of this description were justified and the students should not be disciplined.
Indeed, the statement that you've annexed at Annexure F says, as you've indicated, we're concerned that this attitude of labelling the incident as a cause for disciplinary action without providing details of what happened and why will impede procedural fairness. And then it goes on, student sit-ins at the university are a legitimate form of protest. The university's punitive response is in violation of its own principles of academic freedom and a right to protest and assembly. I take it you disagree with that viewpoint?
Very strongly. Frankly, when students protest at the office of the Vice-Chancellor, he is paid for that. He is well protected by security staff, etc. And one might say that it's legitimate for people to protest at the seat of power. In my case, they were protesting against someone who I think was a soft target, a clearly identifiable soft target at that time.
You describe in your statement how the university implemented a number of increased security measures after the incident, and we don't have to go into all the details of them, but that included the additional swipe card access that you mentioned. Is that now at the front of the university building?
The university, my entire department is now locked down, swipe card access only.
All right. And security measures have been put in place at your home as well, facilitated by the university?
Correct.
And you've also been offered a security escort when on campus?
Correct.
Do you make use of that?
Rarely, but on occasion, yes.
Right. And they also now notify you of upcoming protests and facilitate in making alternative work locations available?
Yes.
They've also set up an Uber business account for you so that you can travel to and from work without having to use public transport.
Correct.
And that's at the cost of the university.
Yes.
And you say in your statement that you understand why all of these measures have been put in place, but you also describe the impact that it's had on you. What is that impact?
Well, curtailing of my freedom to operate. People can't get into my office. They often complain, I came to your office but I couldn't get in. The freedom of flow we're used to being very open in the physics department. People come, people go, we have discussions. So now if we have someone from Israel who's going to give a talk we have to take extreme measures, relocating the talk, making sure people pre-register, holding it in a location that is secure. This is really curtailing our ability to have free discussion.
Can I then come to the disciplinary process that followed? You were told by the university later on about the 6th of May 2025, so this is the following year, that 4 of the protesters had been identified.
Correct.
Identified as students.
Yes. I should add that the investigating officer told me that if she had identified any persons that were not students, she would not have told me, nor would she have taken any action, because the university's remit is only staff and students.
I see. And those 4 students were charged with misconduct, as you understand it?
As I understand it, although the whole process was very, very opaque.
And we'll come to that. They, of course, did not tell you who those 4 individuals were?
No.
Because of confidentiality obligations?
Correct.
You arranged for a private investigator's report to be obtained in an attempt to identify some of the protesters?
Yes, I should just explain that for a few days after that occurred, I was genuinely concerned that there were people in my office who were not students. There was even some chatter that there might be Hamas connections. We now know, for example, that the firebombing of the synagogue in Ripponlea was orchestrated by external agents, and I had no idea the level of danger. So actually it was a relative of mine who arranged for this in concern for my safety. This report simply outlined a methodology of trying to do a family tree, so to speak, of different individuals using their publicly available information to try and sort out if there were any links to external people.
I see. And you tried to make that available to the university to help them identify
Correct.
the intruders, and they indicated that they couldn't use that report because of privacy obligations.
Yes, they were very alarmed that I had forwarded it to them.
And so it was not used.
It was not used.
You were, for the purposes of the disciplinary process, invited to provide a victim impact statement.
That's correct.
And you did so?
I did.
And when did you hear about the outcome of the disciplinary process?
Well, the truth is I didn't hear about it because the university process is so opaque that they don't make any announcements. But the students, or the 4 students, were outraged that they had been penalised, so they publicised it. So I came to understand what that they had been found guilty and of misconduct, and 2 were expelled and 2 were suspended for 1 year.
Right. So that's how you first found out about it, was through that publicity?
Yes.
Right. Did someone from the university then subsequently contact you to explain the outcome?
I do not recall exactly. I think the next interaction was that the university informed me that they were appealing their suspension. The university's position was that I should just sit quiet and on the side while the whole process played out. It was about 5.5 months of getting emails that said we are still investigating. Finally, that investigation identified the students. After that, there was a further 3 months or 4 months until the academic board overturned the penalty of expulsion. And I only know about that because of the fact that I was told that information in strict confidence.
All right, well, let's just go back to paragraph 65 of your statement. You say that on the 2nd of June 2025, the in the first round of the disciplinary process, the decision was made to suspend 2 students and expel 2 other students.
Yes.
Correct? But you didn't find out about that initial decision from the university at that time in June 2025?
I don't recall. I think that the first meeting I had was to tell me about the appeal process.
I see. And at paragraph 65, you say in November 2025, the appeal board overturned the finding that the 2 students involved in the incident should be expelled, and a 1-year suspension was put in place instead.
Correct.
And so were you informed of that for the first time in November 2025?
I think if that's in my statement, yes, I think that, yes.
Well, you don't expressly say that that's when you first found out about it, and you've just given evidence about finding out about it through publicity.
So I found out about the initial penalties through the publicity.
Through the publicity, I understand.
But I found out about the result of the academic appeal when they did contact me to explain the outcome of the appeal.
I see. And is that the correspondence you're referring to at paragraph 67? Do you have the statement there with you? Just have a look at paragraph 67. You refer to some email correspondence on the 2nd of December. So as far as you recall, that's the first contact you had from the university.
Yes, and then there was
about the outcome.
Correct.
I see. And you've made some observations about the conduct of the disciplinary process. Did you hope that you'd have more involvement by way of making submissions, for example?
I thought that it would have been appropriate for me to appear to the appeal board, which is basically a board of my peers, to stress that I was not after retribution, but to stress that these students had betrayed all the values of the university, and the university had to send a strong message that people that think that that's the way to get things done at the university actually don't have a place at the university.
And did you have a hope that you might have been updated as the disciplinary process progressed from one level to the next?
Yes, I was hopeful that I would be informed of the reasons and the thinking of the university, but I was, as I said, kept very much at arm's length.
Right. And you, of course, were not given a copy of the final decision or the investigation report?
No.
And you understand that is because of the university's privacy obligations?
Correct, as explained to me.
Right. And do you think you should have been given a copy of the final report or record of investigation?
I think I should. I think that firstly, you need to have sunlight on these investigations to see whether or not they've been done properly and completely. The students are still masked, even today, by our systems. Still don't know who they are. And I think for my protection also, I should know who these people are if I ever see them on campus. Their suspensions will end in a week's time, and so they can re-enroll, and I have no idea if they're on campus or not.
But you don't doubt the university's explanation that privacy obligations restricted them from disclosing the report or the identities of the students. Your concern is more that the system or the rules are problematic if they tie the university's hands in that regard.
Actually, I looked up the regulations of the university which say the university is free to release information to concerned persons, and according to me, I think that it's a matter of interpretation. The university has preferred to interpret cautiously its privacy obligations over its obligations of safety to staff.
Right, I understand that's your position. You also remark in your statement at paragraph 69 that the university has never issued any public statement concerning the outcome of the disciplinary process. Why do you think that that's important for that to occur?
I think firstly the community needs to hear loudly and clearly that the university tolerates dissent, but it doesn't tolerate misbehaviour. There are certain codes of conduct, of professional behaviour that need to be adhered to at the university for the benefit of all. And I think it's terribly important that the university says that loud and clear. But for the students involved, I wouldn't say they got off scot-free, but where's the deterrence? Part of publicising penalties is to provide deterrence for at least 10 or 15 of the students who have not been identified. They've got off scot-free. They must be having a giggle about how they've managed to remain hidden and managed to intimidate a professor without any consequences. So I think it's terribly important that the university publicise its decision-making process.
And would you be satisfied if the outcome was published in some kind of de-identified way, so
Yes.
without identifying the individuals involved, but
Correct.
saying that there was some kind of disciplinary process in respect of the incident and here was the outcome?
In one response, I was told that the original penalty had not taken into account the human rights of the students. That's a mysterious comment to me, and I sought clarification about what that meant. Why was the penalty reduced? And the only reason that we can talk about this now is because the students were very pleased that the penalties had been reduced and posted on the website that how pleased they were that they'd been successful at avoiding expulsion.
You recognise at paragraph 72 of your statement that the university has worked behind the scenes and is committed to due process, the integrity of disciplinary processes and reviewing its policies and practices, and you've noted that in March 2025 the university passed a regulation prohibiting indoor protests, but your concern, as you note at paragraph 73, was the lack of visible action at the time in terms of the outcome of the disciplinary process.
I think that if people see that they could do this to me in order to try to chill people's enthusiasm for collaboration with people that they don't agree with, then it can happen to anybody. Many of my female colleagues, for example, were truly terrified by this prospect of a group of students attacking them personally.
You go on to describe from paragraph 70 of your statement some graffiti that was posted on a university sign on campus. I might just show you the image of that. That's at annexure I. If we could bring that up on the screen, please. And so that is a University of Melbourne notice board with a university map on it.
Correct. To put things into context, that's at the main entrance of the university. You can just see in the top left-hand corner the OME, that's part of the welcome. And so people coming up to the university would see this sign, and you can see what it says.
It's been painted on there: death to Israel, death to USA, death to Steven Prawer. How did you find out about this graffiti?
The graffiti was apparently removed, but about a month after it had been posted, I received a call from the police, and I said, "Oh, you're contacting me about the invasion of my office." No, we're contacting you about the death threat. It's just a welfare check. And I said, "I don't know anything about this." And and they said, "Oh yes, there was a death threat that was reported to us." And so I then went back to the security office and said, "What's going on here?" And they had removed the graffiti and didn't think that it was appropriate to tell me that this had been posted.
So you understand the graffiti was posted around about 11 February 2025, but you didn't find out about it until the 28th of March 2025? as you've said at paragraph 71?
Yes.
I see. And how did you feel at this point, having had that incursion into your office and now seeing this posted on University of Melbourne notice board? What were your thoughts and feelings at this time in terms of your own personal safety?
Look, very mixed. I mean, I thought, how could you not tell me about this? And this was a very surprising posting, because this was in February. Most students are on holidays. Why would someone post that? What was prompting them? My suspicion was that it was connected with the disciplinary proceedings, that one of the students who had been brought up on disciplinary proceedings might have been exercised to do this, but I had absolutely no evidence of it. I just was flabbergasted that the university could ignore a threat like that and remove it and not tell me about it. So a mixture of, I didn't know how seriously to take it. After all, it had been over a month, but I was deeply disappointed with the university. It was very hard at that point not to feel that this university was trying to hide it.
But to clarify, as far as you know, a member of the security staff identified this, but you have no idea whether it was reported up the chain into university governance?
No, I know that he did provide it to the police. I do not know if he provided it to the university administration, but I am certain that I wasn't informed.
You've been contemplating, in that context, seeking a personal safety intervention order from the Magistrates Court.
Yes.
But a difficulty in seeking such an order is not knowing who the individuals involved are.
Correct.
And indeed, you've tried to make an application to the Magistrates Court without naming individuals, and that's been rejected.
Correct.
You've also had some interactions with the police in this regard. You reported the event as an assault, yes?
Yes.
And then what happened after that?
So the police took some months, but came back and said, we've identified 3 people who were in your office, but we have decided not to, that it's not, they didn't even use the word public interest, but we are unable to proceed with prosecution. And then I said, well, will you tell me who they are so I can take out a personal order? And they said, no, we can't. And then I said, well, are they the same people or different people? And they said, we can't tell you that. I applied for an FOI. I'm still waiting. That's nearly a year ago. I still have not got a response to my FOI request. The Commissioner did write to me to say that I could apply for an intervention order even if I don't know the identities, because the court can then request the police to provide the identities. The court has declined to do so. So so I don't know if there are 7 people that have been identified, 4, 3, if they're students, if they're not students. So I have no way of knowing whether or not these are dangerous people or not so dangerous people.
And you've described, particularly around paragraph 74 of your statement, the ongoing impact that these events have had on you and your family. Would you like to speak to that topic?
Well, my grandchildren looked at the screens that are now on the desk in the centre of our house that are looking on every corner, and they said, why are they there? And they said, because some people want to hurt Grandpa. And they said, who would want to hurt Grandpa? And they said, people that don't like who he works with. So my wife is very insistent now on everything being locked up at night, and we're very much more security aware than we ever were.
Commissioner, I have no further questions for Professor Prawer.
Yes. Professor, just before I excuse you, can I ask you a couple of questions just about your work at Melbourne University?
Of course.
Am I right in understanding that in the early years of this century, you were involved in the introduction of quantum computing and nanotechnology at Melbourne University.
Indeed, I was, yes.
And amongst other useful applications of the work that you have done, Professor, is a device that assists blind people to be able to recognise the faces of loved ones and read large print.
That's correct, yes.
And I think, I won't take you through them, Professor, but it's fair to say for your work in the areas that we have spoken of and other beneficial applications of physics, you have received many distinguished awards.
Yes.
Yes, you are excused, and thank you for your evidence. Oh, my apologies. I wasn't sure that I'd seen an application, but...
Mr Knoll was representing the Academic Alliance Against Antisemitism, so I anticipate it might be by way of re-examination.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Ms Hager, and my apologies, Mr Knowles. It's hard keeping on top of this bar table.
I have my fullest empathy for that. Thank you. Professor Prawer, at one point when you were asked about the accusation that the role you were playing in the university was supporting research with the Hebrew University was illegal or legitimate. That's what you said. And then the question was, and somehow facilitating the genocide in Gaza. You answered correct. Could you explain what you said, what you thought was correct?
I'm not... Sorry, go back a minute, because I'm not...
In other words, do you accept the proposition that you were somehow facilitating genocide in Gaza?
Of course not.
Thank you.
I just pointed out that that poster that was in my office said that your soul is being sold out. It was highly personal to say that I was saying that that poster was saying that my work with the Hebrew University was illegitimate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Knowles. Ms Crafty.
Just two questions.
Yes.
By way of a kind of re-examination. Professor Prawer, my name is Gabby Crafty. I act for 7 Jewish communal organisations and Orgis. You were taken to Exhibit A of your statement, so that's for transcript SUB.001.002.6918_0021. You'll recall it was a yellow poster that named you. Ms Hager asked you some questions about that poster. I suspect this might be what my friend Mr Knoll was referring to. Ms Hager asked you, what did you, and then the transcript didn't catch the rest, you said that somehow the role that I was playing in the university in supporting research with the Hebrew University was illegal or illegitimate. And Ms Hager asked you, and somehow facilitating the genocide in Gaza, and you said correct. Can I just ask you to clarify your answer to Ms Hager's question? She was asking you whether the poster was suggesting that you were facilitating the genocide in Gaza. Do you mean that the poster was suggesting that you were facilitating what the authors of the poster say is genocide?
I'm sorry, yes, I was doing what academics do, firstly to establish what people have actually said. I was arguing that the poster was accusing me of genocide, which was then completely clear in the calls when they were in my office, Prawer, you can't hide, you're guilty of genocide.
Thank you. I've just got one more question, Professor Prawer. You gave some evidence, I'll just read you from the transcript. You said, and I think this was in relation to you summing up about the occupation of your office. You said, regardless of the anti-Semitic aspects, academics should be allowed to collaborate with people freely. I take it that you meant by that academics should be allowed to collaborate with approved partners in approved projects.
Of course.
Okay, thank you, Professor Prawer.
Nothing arising, Ms Hager? Well, once again, Professor, you are excused, and this time I mean it.
Thank you.
I now call Professor Dennis Altman AM.
I'm just taking an affirmation, yes.
Do solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that evidence you shall give will be the whole truth, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
You take a seat.
Thank you.
Could you please state your name?
Yes, Dennis Altman.
And you've prepared a statement for the Royal Commission dated 6 July 2026, correct?
Yes, I have.
And you have a copy of the statement
I
there with
have
you.
the copy here, yes.
And is that still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
I tender that statement. It's stat.899.0001.0459.
Yes, the statement will be admitted in evidence.
Professor, you're currently a Vice-Chancellor's Fellow and Professorial Fellow in the Institute for Human Security at La Trobe University,
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
And you've been in that role since 2013?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? And before that you were a Professor of Politics
Yes.
and at one stage a Visiting Professor of Australian Studies at Harvard.
Yes.
And you're the author of 16 books exploring sexuality, politics and their interrelationship.
Yes.
You're also on the advisory board of the Jewish Council of Australia, but you're not here in that capacity today.
That's correct, yes.
You describe in your statement some of your family's history. You say your father was from the upper class Viennese Jewish world, correct?
Indeed, yes.
And he left Vienna after the Anschluss and came to Australia in 1938.
Mm-hmm.
Could I just ask that you say yes in
Sorry,
answer to
yes.
the questions
Yes.
for the transcript?
I know
Thank you.
nodding at you doesn't go into the transcript.
And your mother's family was from Russia.
Yes,
Yes.
that's true.
Her father was a Menshevik who fled Russia to Berlin when the Bolsheviks came to power.
Yes.
And she came to Australia as a child in 1928.
Yes.
And you note that her father became a leading Zionist who gained notoriety for his public debate with former Governor-General and High Court Judge Sir Isaac Isaacs about the need for the establishment of a Jewish national home.
Yes, I believe he was also involved in the establishment of Mount Scopus.
I see. And you grew up in Hobart,
I did.
but you were not raised Jewish.
No, neither of my parents were in any way religious.
You went to a Quaker school,
Yes, I did.
but you never went to synagogue, is that right?
That's true, yes.
And you also describe how during your childhood you didn't really encounter anti-Semitism.
Yes, I think that's basically true.
Okay. You describe how since October 7, however, you've become increasingly aware of being Jewish. How has that come about?
I think it's very much a response to the fact that if you are Jewish, the constant front page stories and coverage of what has been going on since the Hamas attacks means that inevitably people will raise the issue with one, and I often find that I need to say, you understand that I'm a Jew. And that sometimes can change the conversation, and can change the conversation in a number of ways. I haven't had any particularly difficult encounters through that, but it's certainly that combined with some of the most egregious examples of anti-Semitism, such as firebombing, attacks on people in public places, makes me very conscious of the fact that, yes, I am equally vulnerable, save by the fact that I'm not immediately apparent to most people as Jewish.
And do you find that people make assumptions about your politics or your stand on the conflict in the Middle East because of your Jewishness?
I think inevitably, yes. Maybe not people I know well, but if I meet someone for the first time and the issue of Israel-Palestine comes up, they will immediately make assumptions. And so one has to spend a certain amount of time actually unpacking the problem, which is that for me, Israel is a foreign country and I don't feel any sense of allegiance to it.
And you've remarked at paragraph 14 of your statement that in some ways the most ardent defenders of Israel are indirectly promoting anti-Semitism. How do you say that comes about?
Well, I think that what we hear from a number of the mainstream Jewish organisations is a constant sense that as Jews we are somehow the citizens of Israel. And of course there is some truth to that, and I do point out in my statement the irony that I could get on a plane, fly to Tel Aviv and claim Israeli citizenship, whereas Palestinians whose lands have been taken away do not have that right. But I think that the way in which this fosters anti-Semitism is that it creates the impression that all Jews are blanket supporters of Israel and are unsympathetic and sometimes I think even unaware of the situation of Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank.
And for you, as you've said, you don't identify with Israel?
No, I mean, very clear. I've been to Israel once. I found it interesting. It's a long time ago. But in no sense did I feel that I belong there or that it's my country. And I feel very strongly that as an Australian, we need to be very clear about that. I was shocked, and I do refer to that in my statement, by the Prime Minister's comment when President Herzog visited that he was the head of state of Jews. He is not my head of state.
Right, so you're referring to the Prime Minister's remarks around President Herzog's visit, referring to him as the head of state, but you interpreted that as him implying that he's the head of state for all Jewish people. Is
well,
that
I think he
right?
pretty well said that, yes.
You recognise, of course, that other Jewish people feel very differently about Israel and indeed about President Herzog's visit.
Oh, I'm very aware of that. I'm very aware of the fact that large numbers of Jews in Australia would strongly disagree with my position. I can only say what my position is, and it's not my business to try and evangelise other Jews. So yes, I'm very aware of that.
And you've also been very forthright in your support for the Palestinian people.
Yes, and in fact, it goes back some time. I mean, I've been writing about this spasmodically for a very long time, and I'm constantly struck by the fact that no settlement, no peace is possible in that part of the world that does not give equal recognition to Jews and Palestinians.
You've also described in your statement that from time to time when you have attended protests in support of Palestine, you felt a level of discomfort with some of the language used. What do you mean by that?
Yes, I think that, I'm very clear that I have never heard any anti-Semitic statements. I've only been to a couple of pro-Palestinian rallies, but I have been discomforted by the inability to acknowledge the trauma that so many Israelis are feeling. And I, of course, would say that equally applies to the mainstream Jewish organisations, which also, I think, have failed in the other direction to recognise the trauma of Palestinians. And if there's one thing that, and I think I end my statement with this, my sense that what we most need in this country at the moment on this issue is a mutual recognition that people are hurting. And I have many friends who are Palestinian or Lebanese. I'm very conscious of the fact that they are suffering on a daily basis as they see what is going on in the countries they came from.
You mentioned those observations at the end of your statement. What you would like to see is a re-enlivening of respectful debate on both sides on this topic.
I think, and of course we are talking about universities today, I think that the biggest problem of the universities is they have actually not found ways of encouraging, and I guess I use that phrase, respectful debate. I think that the tendency has been the opposite. It's been to shut down discussion. And that, I think, in turn promotes all sorts of conspiratorial stories. And I'm very conscious of the fact that there are people who use this to argue, which I would not argue, that somehow Jews are all powerful, we have too much power, we control the media, we control the universities. I think that there's a real need for the universities to step up and provide space and encouragement for real discussion of the issue.
And how do they go about doing that, in your view?
I think it's related partly to the way in which universities, and they've now been told by the federal government that they need to have some programs to deal with anti-Semitism. And part of a discussion of anti-Semitism inevitably, I think, means a discussion of the relationship between Jews and Israel, and the fact that not all Jews are necessarily supporters or adherents of Israel. But I think it goes beyond that. At my university, at the Trove, we for a long time had a series called Ideas in Society. And there was a proposal that one of those sessions should be devoted to talking about Israel-Palestine. That was shut down. I think that was a great mistake, to shut down that discussion.
And why do you think it was a mistake?
Well, it was a mistake because I think if we can't have an honest discussion in which people can talk about the complexities of the Israeli-Palestinian situation, we are fostering greater division and greater ignorance. And I do quite explicitly refer in my statement to my problem with the Australian Universities definition, which I think will be used to shut down the sort of open discussion that I think is so needed.
You note in your statement that you were a member of La Trobe University's working group on anti-Semitism in early 2023, including the consideration of the IRA definition.
Yes.
And at that stage, the working group determined that the definition itself was appropriate, but recommended against adopting the examples accompanying it. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. And I think it's important to point out that that was done after quite considerable consultation. Messages went out to the entire staff of La Trobe. I think we got 90 submissions. And the position recommended by the working group was then taken to academic board and ratified. I find it very unfortunate that a year and a half or so later, the Australian University's definition was adopted by vice-chancellors across the country without that sort of proper discussion and debate in the academic communities.
You've also set out in your statement how, in respect of your experiences at La Trobe University, you've not had any instances where you've encountered anti-Semitism yourself.
I have certainly not encountered any, and I have actually tried to do diligence and find out if there have been any examples reported. As far as I can tell, they have not. I'm perfectly aware of the fact that there could have been cases, instances of very unpleasant anti-Semitism that didn't reach wasn't reported. But certainly following the 2023 attacks, the university went to some length to make clear to the student body that there were ways of registering concern. My sense is, as I say, we haven't had any significant examples.
Could I just come back to paragraph 25 of your statement where you note that people should feel free to express an opposition to Zionism, but your concern is when individuals are attacked as Zios. Do you
Yes.
see that as crossing the line in some way?
I think that the term Zio is thrown around in ways that bother me because I'm not sure. It seems to me it's used by people to cover a whole range of things. And I accept the argument that in some cases it is actually used as a stand-in for Jews. Now, I think there's a real distinction. When people talk about Zionism, they're talking about a political ideology, and that should be up for debate. When people are attacked individually as Zios, yes, I guess if there was such a thing as Judah, as there is Gaydar, I guess my Judah would be alarmed by that phrase.
I understand what you mean. And then at paragraph 35, you offer your perspective on the phrase "from the river to the sea." What's your view on that?
I think the irony of banning from the river to the sea, which has been done by legislation in Queensland, is that it totally ignores the reality that there are senior members of the Israeli government who hold the position that Israel should be in control of the entire territory, which from the river to the sea refers to. I understand that there are different interpretations of that phrase. I don't think, and I have never heard any suggestion, that people who use that phrase mean by it that Jewish Israelis should be expelled or should not have full rights as citizens in that country. But I think "from the river to the sea," as I say, is a slogan that gets attacked when it's used by Palestinians, and we totally overlook the reality that the Netanyahu government is increasingly behaving as if the only possible solution is one in which they have complete control over the entire territories of both Israel and Palestine.
You don't doubt that for many Jewish people, hearing that chant "from the river to the sea" causes deep hurt and even fear in some cases?
Look, I think there are many things that people say that might cause hurt. I'm not sure that in a liberal democracy we ought to be banning things because somebody might be hurt or offended.
What about where it goes further than hurt or offence into fear and feelings of unsafety?
My greatest fear as a Jew about safety is the rise of neo-Nazis. You know, we've all seen those images of young guys dressed in black, no longer able to give the Hitler salute, but clearly wanting to. That, to me, is much more offensive and scary. I mean, a lot of the things that people have pointed to as somehow causing offence and hurt seem to me trivial. And you cannot possibly argue, but I've heard it argued by people, that seeing a Palestinian flag is offensive, particularly given that the Australian government has now said they recognise a Palestinian state.
Does it depend on the context in which the Palestinian flag is deployed? So, for example, when it, as we heard earlier, it's draped over the front door of Professor Prawer's office in a way that, on one view, might suggest that it's holding a Jewish person accountable for
Yes.
what's going on in the Middle East.
In that case, absolutely. And I must say I'm surprised. I would have thought that every university has in place codes of conduct and disciplinary procedures. And that particular example is one that should have been dealt with. Didn't need other legislation or other rules. No, I think clearly, of course, if somebody uses a flag or possibly even the symbol of a watermelon to directly attack an individual, that is clearly going beyond what I would see as acceptable.
You've included a number of observations about the path forward, one of which is greater efforts to build bridges between Jewish and Palestinian communities in Australia.
Yes, I think that is essential. And I do regret that the anti-Semitism envoy seems not very interested in pursuing that. I think that we are facing at the moment a huge upsurge. We know this, right, in both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. I feel very strongly that we need to get the two communities together, both for mutual understanding, but also for the broader concern that the Royal Commission is, in its terms of reference, social cohesion. And I'm very aware, Commission, of the submission made by the Academy of the Social Sciences. I had no real input into it, but I was aware of it and I did see drafts of it. And I think that submission makes very clear that social cohesion demands that all groups come out of their narrow focus and reach across. And as I said earlier, I think that to understand there is a shared trauma felt by many Jews and many Muslims in Australia is a really important step towards a more socially coherent society.
And you've also observed at paragraph 37 the need for more comprehensive anti-racism training to be delivered in schools and universities. Why is that important in your view?
I think it's really important that we talk to kids as they start becoming aware of the diversity of Australia, and I am probably necessary to say this at the moment, I am a strong supporter of multiculturalism. I'm not attracted to any form of monoculturalism, but I suspect very few people in this room are. But I think it's very important that in a multicultural society we find ways of teaching kids to understand and respect differences of ethnicity, of religion, of sexuality, etc. I really regret that in this country we have so many religious-based schools, which means that kids often go to school and never meet anybody who is not part of that particular community. But I recognise that would take us beyond the possibilities of this Royal Commission.
Thank you, Professor Altman. I have no further questions.
I think it would take us well beyond this Royal Commission, Professor, but thank you for your evidence. You are excused.
Thank you.
And I note the time.
Yes, I note the time too. A 15-minute morning tea break.
You made that very easy.
Mr Sherman.
Commissioner, our next witness is Mr Jeremy Suss, who's in the witness box.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Yes.
Now, Mr Suss, you've provided a witness statement dated the 12th of July 2026, is that
Yes.
right? And that witness statement is correct and true to the best of your knowledge and belief, is that right?
It is.
Commissioner, that witness statement bears the document ID STAT.899.00001.0480. If I could tender that statement and its annexures.
Yes, the statement will be admitted in evidence.
Now, Mr Suss, you're 21 years of age and live in Melbourne, is that right?
Yes.
And you're currently in your third year of a Bachelor of Law, Bachelor of Global Studies at Monash University, is that right?
I am.
In September 2025, you were elected as the Federal President of the Australasian Union of Jewish Students, is
Yes.
that correct? And your parents are Jewish and your great-grandparents were Holocaust survivors, is that
Yes.
right? Could you tell us a little about how you were taught about the Holocaust growing up by parents and grandparents?
So I was raised on the migration stories of my grandparents and of their families, and was raised with extraordinary stories of resilience and survival. My maternal grandmother, for example, was born on a ship fleeing Europe afterwards, and the first way I encountered it was through those stories, and then learned as well subsequently at school.
And in what ways have those stories influenced you and your attitude to your role as President of Augis?
It really inspired me about what it means to be Australian and how lucky we are. I recall in my schooling having many peers with similar experiences and being of this sort of third generation to now be starting our lives in this country, and how grateful we are, and to this feeling that Australia, we discussed years ago in around 2022, I remember about how this felt like the first country that was immune to the issues that our families fled, and how grateful we were for that.
And you attended a Jewish school from kindergarten to year 12, is that correct?
Yes.
To what extent did you interact with non-Jewish people growing up?
Not a huge amount. I was raised in what I would consider a communal bubble. I went to a Jewish school, attended a Jewish youth movement. However, I did do extracurricular activities like sport. I was interested in theatre and met plenty of non-Jewish people through that, and that was a wonderful experience.
And did you have any fears for your own safety at primary school or high school, or was your upbringing relatively untroubled?
Completely untroubled. The only time I recall ever being even aware of that was when I was very young in primary school, year 2 or year 3, as I recall. I remember the principal of our school coming to our class and explaining why the security would now be armed, why there would be a wall built at the school, and we were told that was in response, I should say, to attacks that had been carried out on Jewish communities around the world, and that was the only time I ever was made aware of that, really.
Now, can you tell us about how you came to be aware of the October 7 attacks?
I was celebrating the Simchat Torah holiday. It's a Jewish celebration that coincided with the attacks, and while I was with community in synagogues, in Jewish communal centres, celebrating, I was made aware through friends that had checked the news and were talking about it, and they had said that some few dozen people had been killed, and it was a terrible thing, and we were very distressed by that. And when I woke up and saw the horrific videos that came from it, I realised how much worse it was, and was deeply, deeply shocked by what I saw, and many of those images remain with me to this day.
And you give some evidence about your experiences of seeing reporting on the events that occurred a few days later at the Sydney Opera House. How did those events strike you?
It was incredibly shocking. I was appalled. I couldn't believe that was happening in Australia, and at the same time, my primary concern, the primary concern of my family, was still for our loved ones in Israel, that it almost didn't register for the gravity of what it was until later.
Now, you began your studies at Monash in February 2024. Can you tell us a little bit about how you felt starting at university at that time?
I was incredibly excited. It had obviously been a difficult summer because of what was happening to our loved ones overseas, but I'd waited for a long time to enter university, to enter the world of that. I was excited to experience campus life, to branch out, to having gone from this strong sense of community, which I was so grateful to be raised in, but to then be able to explore the rest of what was on offer. I was incredibly excited for that.
And when you started at university, you joined both Orgus and the Monash Union of Jewish Students,
Yes.
is that correct? Now, what was your experience of those two organisations having started at university?
I found it wonderful that there was community on campus. I enjoyed going to the events. I found it uplifting to be able to branch out to others at university, but still have that sense of home, sense of security there as well.
And what about your experiences at Monash itself? What were they like in the early days?
I think that, so this was 2024, and of course many universities had encampments at that time, and every university at that point received this tension that was really quite unusual, was really quite unexpected. And I recall speaking to my Jewish peers and hearing what they'd been told in class, hearing what they'd heard. I remember a peer telling me that in a law class, she was told that she was brainwashed for going to a Jewish school and these sorts of things, and it was quite bizarre to hear. We didn't know that people would say something like that in front of students, and of course then there was a short-lived encampment at Monash University, and that was also quite a strange experience. I recall one day there was a rally at the encampment, and I went to see what was going on. I was between classes, and I went with two friends. One of them wears a kippah and is visibly Jewish, and one of the speakers on the stage was talking about the evils of Zionism. I think was something to that effect was the topic, and he gestured at my friends and I and said, "These people disgust me." And I found it quite strange that somebody would say something like that publicly and feel comfortable saying it. I found it obviously shocking, and it's to be called out and singled out while there's this quite animated group that are quite angry, and you're pointed at and you're attributed all of these awful things that they could have no idea you are, was an uncomfortable experience.
Certainly. Now, before you were elected to Orgus, you had a role as Vice President of the Monash Union of Jewish Students. Can you tell us about that organisation and its focus while you were Vice President? Absolutely.
So it's a cultural club, it's a social club on campus, and we put on lunches and events, and it's a wonderful thing to do and a wonderful thing to take part in while you're studying at university. But unfortunately, a large part of the role was speaking to incoming first-year students and trying to almost console them that university, though they've heard awful things, and though many of it is of course very confronting, they can still make the most of this, and they should make the most of this time like any student, and to speak to these students that are coming with this strong sense of apprehension was quite surprising. It was a big part of the role that I didn't quite expect I'd have.
And did the students that you communicated with you share why they had a strong sense of apprehension coming to university?
Many of them had heard stories from their family, their friends. They'd seen in the media very prominent incidents that were very confronting, and they really did feel quite concerned about attending university.
And what did you tell them by way of reassurance?
I would encourage them to still make the most of it, to get involved. I recall speaking to one law student and encouraging them to get involved with the moot court. I thought getting involved with extracurriculars is a wonderful thing, and you shouldn't be deterred.
Now, you give some evidence that you found Monash University to be supportive of student wellbeing, but there were still moments of tension. Could you elaborate on that evidence?
Yeah, so we had a productive relationship with the Chancellery, and only now with this role where I've had this bird's eye view of other campuses have I seen how rare that is. And there were incidents where, for example, that rally that I mentioned earlier, after that there were quite quickly bans on non-students entering campus to participate in activities like that, and similar events didn't happen afterwards, which was reassuring. But nonetheless, it was an incredibly tense time to be at university, and one incident that really does jump out as being really telling of that time is during the Sukkot holidays. So I won't get into the details of that tradition, but we have to erect some sort of tent, a sort of a hut that you commanded to eat your meals in. It's sort of a harvest festival, and you're to be outside for that one. And so we set up a sukkah on campus and had a really uplifting lunch to celebrate that holiday and to fulfill that commandment, even while you're at your studies. And as I was packing up that lunch, as I was alone afterwards, 4 individuals approached me and they started questioning me quite aggressively. They had clearly been hanging around, and the second I was on my own, they approached and they came very close to me. I had my back up sort of against the sukkah structure, and they started asking all these questions about October 7th, about the hostages, about making very extreme statements. I should say that while outside of the sukkah there were only Jewish decorations, that day was the anniversary of October 7th, the attacks, and we had a small vigil inside with candles that we were handing out to students so they could light them with their families. And they talked about killing or exiling all of Israel's population, and getting quite close to me when they said it to see what my thoughts were. And I found that incredibly confronting, first of all because it was physically confronting. There were security personnel that had gathered around seeing that this was a distressing scene. It looked intense, but also it made me think what would have happened if maybe a first year student had just been eating there, because that is the sort of religious commandment of that holiday, and that was why it was there. And there were many times throughout the day that people were alone there, and I was almost grateful that it was me, but fearful for what had happened, what would have happened if another student had been in there at that time. How would they have handled it? How would they have felt? And from then on, that really stuck with me, and I ensured that members at our August events were no longer packing up on their own. I tried to stay so that they wouldn't be on their own. Something that one of the individuals said that really informed that was that they said something to the effect of, we see all of you at your lunches every week. We see you on the lawns. And that really stuck with me. The idea that these people who feel this strongly against us, for some reason I couldn't understand, who attributed these ideas to us but had never spoken to us, are aware of where we are at our weekly lunches, that it upsets them to some extent. I was very mindful of that afterwards.
Certainly. And you took the step of sending an email to a senior academic to report the incident. Could you talk us through that process?
So I discussed it with a member of the staff that I know and trust, and he then forwarded that to the Chancellery and had me write a sort of summary of what had happened so that he could pass that on.
And are you aware of any steps being taken in response to the incident, or?
At the time, I was just happy for them to have noted it.
I understand. Now, we discussed a little earlier your election as President of August in September 2025. As I understand it, your term didn't commence formally until the following year, is that right?
Yes.
So there was a handover period at the end of 2025?
Yes.
Now, obviously, the Bondi Hanukkah attack intervened in that period. How did that change your preparations for taking on the role of President of August?
It was incredibly difficult. We had been discussing with the incoming team how we can continue the transition from the sort of the distress and the sort of chaotic times of the encampments of 2024 and the advocacy challenges we had then, and start to return to this sort of normalcy of just social events and the kind of work you'd expect a student union to do and to prioritise. And the horrors of Bondi really affected that, and suddenly I was stepping into an organisation whose members, whose many of its leaders had been there at the attack, whose loved ones were there, who were shaken and who were in deep distress, as we all were, but it added a layer that was very urgent and very alarming.
Now, I've mentioned August a few times. Could you just tell us a little bit about the organisation and what it does?
Absolutely. August is the peak representative body for Jewish students across Australia and New Zealand. It was established some 78 years ago in 1948, and it's the only Jewish student union that operates in Australia. And it does social events, leadership programming, and as well as advocating on behalf of students.
And in your role as president, what work have you undertaken?
So I lead the federal executive, and I also liaise with the organisations, stakeholders across the university sector, government, Jewish communal bodies, the media, etc.
And how do you think that role has been influenced by the attack at the end of last year?
So I think it is important to note that many of the things that we do at August these days as a matter of routine are really quite unusual for a student union to undertake. So to begin with, we employ a full-time advocacy and public relations manager. A huge part of that role is cataloguing incidents, walking students through them, providing them with support in all different ways. And that function is used at an alarming rate. It is a near constant task to be walking students through the difficult processes of following up from their awful experiences on campus. We also have a sort of security risk assessment framework that is quite new and that is quite alarming. A large number of our on-campus events have been deemed high risk by universities by some opaque criteria that we're not quite sure why that is. For example, one high-risk event that was flagged that way was a lunch, a kosher lunch on a Jewish holiday that was on campus. There were no Israeli flags, no political slogans, nothing to identify it as something that may be inflammatory or may be a target, and yet because there was a Jewish gathering on campus, it was treated as something that was a risk to physical safety. And part of that risk structure has often meant that universities have asked those Jewish student societies on their campus to pay for their own security and protect the students there. And it sort of goes without saying that a student society on campus doesn't have the funds to spend often hundreds of dollars on security just so they can safely participate in campus life like anybody else. And I worry about the approach of asking students to pay for their own protection rather than acknowledge the issue that there are other students making them feel so unsafe and making them so unsafe that this is occurring.
Now, one of the other steps that August has taken is the establishment of an internal database of anti-Semitic incidents. Can you explain why that step has become necessary?
So on the one hand, we do follow up about incidents that are ongoing that students need support with, so it's good for us to have it. But I think more importantly, we have very often found that universities have not dealt with incidents in a productive or meaningful way. We have many students that have waited months to hear back from incidents. Sometimes they are outwardly dismissed after that. Sometimes they never hear back. Sometimes they're told that it's not worth pursuing. And so we keep that database because students tell us they don't trust their university to handle it appropriately.
Now, what have you heard in your capacity as the elected president of August from students about their experiences of anti-Semitism in recent times?
Absolutely. So I think that an ongoing part of the role is first convincing first-year incoming students that they can come onto campus, and telling school leavers that just because they've heard these awful stories from their siblings, it doesn't mean that they have to avoid this place. But at the same time, we've seen awful experiences. We've seen, and I think it'd be important to focus in on the fact that I've taken over this role right after the Bondi attack. And one of the first things that happened was that student groups were sharing images of the scene of the attack, of victims being removed from the attack by paramedics with political slogans overlaid. And to share those kinds of images, to put that on public student body social media, I think is beyond anything else. It's cruel. It's a callous thing to do, and I was shocked, deeply shocked, that student groups would do that. And I think it's also worth considering what's provided on the images that they shared. They have pictures of the vigil at Bondi. They have pictures of again, victims being removed and put into ambulances, and on it they've written slogans relating to that this is the bitter fruit of genocide. One of them said that it's more concerning that this isn't used as an opportunity to make any restrictions on Palestine activism, and you would think that as representative bodies, as student groups that have authority, have an audience, that you would first be compassionate to the victims, that you would first think for a minute that this isn't a responsible or a caring thing to do, but clearly this is the kind of environment that Jewish students are attending their campuses and are seeing these on their social media.
And I think we've been showing on the page an example from page 13 of your statement in the annexures of one of those images. I take it that you don't personally have problems with expressing attitudes to the conflict in Gaza. Your difficulty with this kind of image is with the civility of using images of mourning. Is that an accurate characterisation?
Absolutely.
Now, you give some evidence at paragraph 38 of your statement about Jewish students feeling vulnerable and exposed, particularly when they are identifiable as Jewish students. Could you talk to us about how those concerns have been raised with you?
So I think it's worth noting that as a community, unfortunately, we're very used to security. Outside our synagogues, outside our schools, there's heavy security presence. And when you step onto campus, you don't have that. And when you have a Jewish event on a lawn, you don't have that. In recent times, there has been often strong security presence. I mean, I've heard from a lot of students almost jokingly telling me that they know where the August events are because they just follow the clump of security surrounding it. But I think that there is a sense of vulnerability that informs a lot of the fear here, that we are used to this security. We don't see it on our campuses in the same way. And so the idea of being at an outwardly visible Jewish event on a lawn like that, when you know that there are student groups who are putting out the kind of material we just saw, when you have experiences of people pointing out that they know that these events are happening, that they don't like them, it's quite concerning.
Now, you've given evidence that although things can appear bleak, August is still maintaining a program of positive events throughout the year. Could you talk us through what August is doing to support Jewish students at this time?
Absolutely. So I think that it's crucial that as a long-standing student union that is also the only student body on that scale in this country, it's crucial that we maintain the kind of social programming that one would expect from a student union. We have big dinner events, we have parties, we have leadership and development opportunities, we have opportunities to travel interstate and overseas at times. It's something that we care about deeply, and it's unfortunately something that we've seen get more difficult because security has become increasingly a factor. So security is something that we have to consider at all times. We have to consider our safety. We've heard from predecessors of events that have received death threats that have at times appeared credible, and they've been very concerned about that, and we're worried about that kind of treatment in the future.
Now, being president of August at this difficult time for your community can't be an easy experience. Could you share with us your reflections on how it's affected you personally?
There's certainly an emotional impact when you're hearing day in, day out the kind of experiences that students are having that are just awful. And I think that part of what creates that is also the discussions I have with those students, because what happens to them is incredibly confronting, but often what happens after is also confronting in a different way, which is that there is such a level of distrust for their institutions, the institutions that create codes of conduct for how those students should be treated and have a responsibility to look after them. And they really don't believe that those institutions have their backs. And to hear that, and to hear how defeated so many of them are, to hear how they walk onto campus and they're almost expecting this kind of awful treatment to happen, that they're worried about it, but they're also numb. And I think that has been incredibly upsetting.
Now, you've sought to draw a distinction in your evidence between the responses of Monash University, which I think you regard as reasonably good, versus other universities. Could you share some insights into what marks a good response out from a bad response in this context?
So I think it's important that despite hearing this sort of constant exhaustion with these structures, that August needs to remain a partner with universities in this, that we have a responsibility to make this better for our students, for all students. We want this to improve. And I think that what we found is that while there are broad societal issues that inform this, while there are huge issues, huge complicated issues that make this issue of anti-Semitism on campus hard to create policy around, there are simple things. There are reporting mechanisms that have been a huge cause of that kind of exhaustion and that kind of distrust. And I found that at Monash, and I've heard at other institutions, there have been times where an incident is reported and it's dealt with right away because it's seen as being something that is going to make those students feel unwelcome. It's going to make those students unsafe, and it's something that the institution feels they need to take action on. And all too often, though, it's those mechanisms that drag on for months. It's universities that spend a long time arguing over whether an incident is anti-Semitic, and they send it to a body and to another body to make those decisions when they don't stop for a minute to think, well, regardless of whether it's anti-Semitic, is it okay? Is it harassment, bullying, doxing? Is it any number of things that we already say is not allowed on our campus and we already know isn't acceptable on our campus? And I think that there are some institutions that slowly have started to realise that a lot of these decisions can actually be made a lot more simple.
Mm. And you've expressed some concerns about how your participation in a body like August might affect your own career or the careers of another young aspiring Jewish person. Could you elaborate on those concerns?
Yeah, so a number of my predecessors have been doxed online. Their current workplaces have been published online, and it's a really distressing reality when taking on a position in the only Jewish student union in this country is treated as an inherently amoral or nefarious act. And I do worry about the future of if that's how these people are treated, then that it will discourage people. And at the same time, the kind of emotional impact of hearing from these students that have been through what they've been through, and the kind of suspicion you're treated with when you meet with student groups to try to explain your community's perspective, and you're treated in this way. I think that it may also discourage passionate young Jewish people from doing what is a wonderful thing, which is getting involved with student life.
Mm. Now, at the conclusion of your statement, you offer some reflections both on the university sector and university's role in society. Could you share those perspectives with the Commission?
Absolutely. I think this role has shown me that above all, these universities are institutions that don't want to take a risk. That at every point where there is any political or reputational cost that may happen in taking action on anti-Semitism, they've waited for legal advice, they've waited for external review, or at times when public pressure reaches a point that they can't delay any longer, that's only when we'll see change. Mm. And I think that we see that in many ways, and I think one of the ways we see that is that in taking on this role this year, I have inherited a third year of campaigning for the same changes, or just asked for right after October 7th. Or just first encouraged universities to adopt the IRA definition in 2017, and universities like ANU and the University of Adelaide still haven't adopted this definition. This was made clear earlier this month with the Craven report, which said that no university in this country had meaningfully adopted a definition of anti-Semitism. And I think that a number of universities have received a lot of attention on this issue, a lot of media attention and a lot of scrutiny. And some have been praised for their actions, some have been really been held to account for the way that they haven't acted. And I found that it's only that scrutiny at times that leads to any kind of change at these institutions. And to broaden that out, I think that in my perspective, universities are places where we should be modelling what we want the future of our society to look like. As well as training students for professional practice, these institutions should inspire young people to create a society where we look out for one another. And if unis can't apply basic standards of what kind of conduct is unacceptable, if they can't model the kind of compassion that they want to instill in those students, then they can't be expected to play that crucial role of strengthening Australia's social fabric. And I worry about the future of our country should that occur.
Thank you, Mr. Suss. Commissioner, I don't have any further questions of this witness.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Suss. You are excused.
Shall I now call Josh Kirsh?
Yes.
An affirmation, please.
Affirmation. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Would you please state your name?
Joshua Kirsh.
You prepared a statement for the Commission dated 12 July 2026?
Yes, I have.
Is that statement still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
I tender that statement, Commissioner, stat.899.0001.0478_R.
Yes, the statement will be admitted as an exhibit.
You've given evidence before the Commission once before in the first hearing block,
Yes, I have.
and we heard a bit about your personal background on that occasion. You are currently the Chief Operating Officer at the Australasian Union of Jewish Students.
That's correct.
And you've been in that role since March of this year,
Yes.
but you became involved in August back in 2019.
That's right.
And you attended UNSW from 2015 to 2021 for your undergraduate degrees.
Yes.
And you later attended the University of Sydney from 2024 to 2025 while undertaking your Masters in Public Policy.
Yes, I did.
You've described, from paragraph 10 of your statement, your observations of university campuses prior to 7 October. Did responding to anti-Semitism form part of your obligations at Augis at that time?
Yes, so I was as I said, I was the Political Affairs Director of Augis in 2019, and a significant part of that voluntary role was to have a sort of global overview of anti-Semitic incidents that were happening around Australia and New Zealand, and to assist students who were seeking to make complaints or respond to those matters when they arose.
And your observation that you make at paragraph 11 is at that time you viewed anti-Semitism to be reflecting views of the fringe. Well, what do you mean by that?
So whether it was relating to positions stated by academics or political views held within student unions or student associations, it was often the case that there was a vocal but very much minority position in those institutions that held beliefs that I and my peers would consider to be anti-Semitic, that those groups did not have an outsized influence on the debate and discussion that was taking place on university campuses, but that they were certainly loud and that they felt the obligation, let's say, to make their voices heard on campus.
You observe at paragraph 12 that your experience during this period prior to October 7 was that mainstream universities and student institutions were generally willing to recognise overt anti-Semitism as unacceptable and to work with Augis in responding to it. And you give a couple of examples of that. Could I start with and work through them in sort of chronological order? There's an example you give from 2017 in paragraph 14 of your statement, where
Yes.
you refer to a resolution adopted by the National Union of Students. What was that resolution?
I think the title of the resolution was something to the effect of "We must combat anti-Semitism," and in it the National Union of Students, from my recollection, committed to addressing anti-Semitism as it was defined by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, and to work with Augis on joint national campaigns to oppose anti-Semitism across Australia.
And can you recall what prompted that resolution at that time, back in 2017?
We had been working, well, this was prior to my involvement in August, but as with any institution, you always end up saying we, but we had been working with a range of student groups and associations to encourage them to take a firm stance against anti-Semitism. As I said, there was a fringe but loud chorus of voices that were making students feel uncomfortable, and so we put it to the National Union of Students as the sort of national representative body for students across the country, that there was an opportunity to work more closely on these matters, and we had the ability to move this motion through and for them to endorse both the definition and the principle that this is something that we should be working to combat.
Then at paragraph 13 you give another example from 2019. What happened on that occasion?
There was a very violent attack that took place in Sydney, a very graphic act of physical violence that resulted in someone being arrested and charged, and as part of the evidence that individual gave, he explained he had committed an act of violence against an unrelated person, but he indicated that his reason for acquiring the weapon which he used to commit that act, as I recall, was to attack Jews at the University of Sydney specifically. He said, from my recollection, something to the effect that he had wanted to find people wearing kippot at the University of Sydney and attack them with the weapon.
And you refer to a joint statement subsequently issued between August and the then president of the University of Sydney Students' Representative Council. What did that involve?
So we had a working relationship with the president of the SRC at the time. We got in touch with him and asked to make a joint statement to, not only strongly oppose the principle of the comments, but to just send a really strong united signal that Jewish students should feel safe on campus, that all students should feel safe on campus, and that there were resources available by contacting campus security if anyone felt unsafe or threatened.
And then finally you give an example from 2020 after some neo-Nazis performed Nazi salutes near a university campus in Melbourne. What happened after that?
Yeah, similarly, when the incident took place, we got in touch with the university student union and asked them to join us on a joint statement of condemnation, and they were very happy to make that statement jointly with August to express our extreme condemnation of the actions and our hope that this would only be an isolated incident and that it wouldn't recur.
And is it your observation that after October 7, the sort of constructive working relationships between August and some student organisations has shifted?
Yes, I think it's something that. So I was on the August board up until the end of 2023, and at that time I heard from talking to some of my successors as August president and in other roles that they were experiencing challenges, and then as I've come to return to the organisation in this role, my impression very much from the discussions that I've had with people who are more at the coalface talking to these student unions is that there is a very negative perception of August as a Zionist organisation, that comments regularly get made about August's legitimacy and whether it's appropriate that an organisation like August be allowed to operate on campus, which I certainly hadn't experienced in my time. So I do think the tone and tenor of the commentary and the way that people have approached August has changed.
You go on to talk about some of your own experiences while you were studying for your Masters of Public Policy at the University of Sydney. You were there for the encampment period of 2024.
Yes, that's correct. Sorry.
Right. That's all right. And you observed that there were some people who you thought were clearly not from the university participating in that encampment. How did you form that conclusion?
So my entrance to the university, because I used to park at the Broadway car park, so every time I went to the university it was through the main thoroughfare where the encampment was held. So every time I walked into the university I had the opportunity to see sort of what was the general appearance of of things going on at the time. There was signage that I recall. There were, names of organisations on tents and things that were positioned at the encampment, which led me at the time to believe that people were not from the university, but were using the encampment as an opportunity to sort of jump on board and make the protest louder. And then there was also social media content around the time of external people coming into the university to either present at the encampment or to participate in some of its other activities.
You also describe in your statement the feelings of anxiety that encampment created in you. Can you describe what those feelings were and why you had them?
Yeah, it was a very febrile atmosphere at the time. There had been, reports of pretty active and lively protests, and people were, and we had also seen certain examples of behaviour overseas and things that were happening in other encampments that just made people feel threatened and concerned, and actually were threatened and did experience violence. And so I felt very worried about my safety going onto campus. There was an incident there was a moment that I recall in my statement. I said it was on the 3rd of May. I was in a class and I just heard this very loud chanting outside the class. It was sort of very nondescript, it was loud, the tone of it sounded very aggressive to me, and I just remember feeling like, should I stay in class? Should I get in touch with someone to find out if something is going on? And I did, at the time, I recall, get in touch with some of my friends and say, I can hear something going on. I don't really know what it is, but I'm kind of a little bit worried, and I don't know what the safest thing for me to do in that situation is, which as an undergraduate student, I certainly had never experienced at the University of New South Wales. There had never been a situation where I thought to myself, do I have to stay in a classroom, or kind of should I make alternative arrangements for my safety, in this environment?
When you referred earlier in your answer to observing threatening situations or violence, were you referring to what had happened overseas?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. At universities,
other institutions, yes.
In the United States, for example?
Yes, that's correct.
I see. At paragraph 37, you refer to reading some media reports that the university, in terms of planning for the exam period in May 2024, while the encampment was active, had put certain procedures in place. What were those procedures, and what was your reaction to those?
So the university, as I came to understand by reading the contents of that material, decided to facilitate alternative modes of entry and access for, and if I recall correctly, they said that it was just for any student, but in fact in their internal communications they had said for Jewish students to have alternative pathways to enter certain buildings during access to their exams. In other words, to make sure that they didn't have to pass through the encampment or anything like that while those exams were going on. And when I read that, I was unsurprised because my general view had come to be that the universities took an approach which was about a hierarchy of risk mitigation. And so in their view, in my view, reading this, what it intimated was that the university saw it as a greater risk to address the obstruction, that is a risk of, being on the receiving end of unflattering commentary, perhaps, or of sort of inflaming the situation, than they did that Jewish students would feel that their well-being and safety was compromised by being treated like, an issue to be managed. And it was very disappointing to read that, particularly, if I recall correctly, that the emails actually had to be produced under freedom of information. That is, that the rationale and explanation was never really publicly given for why these actions were being taken.
You refer from paragraph 38 to a remark that you observed in the course of attending a lecture at the university one day. What was that remark?
I was in a lecture that was, it was about qualitative evidence and the eliciting of qualitative evidence in the context of doing research. So, to put it into context, this was not a lecture on Middle East politics or on religion in society. It was about research. And the lecturer used an example, which was an unfortunate example, but a very apt one, to say that a study had shown that that participants in research who were asked, do Jews have too much power, were less likely to respond affirmatively when they thought that the person interviewing them was Jewish. And the lecturer introduced this in a way that I thought was quite sensitive. He caveated that he obviously didn't agree with the idea that Jews have too much power, that it was an unfortunate example, but that it was effective in explaining some of the nature of eliciting qualitative research. And a student raised his hand and said, well, actually that's true, and it was empirically proved, something to the effect of, it was proved empirically by Malcolm Gladwell that Jews have all the power and it's the golden age for Jews, and that's true, that Jews have all the power.
And what was your reaction to hearing that?
I almost... It was almost a little bit of an out-of-body experience. It was sort of like I was physically present in the room, but I thought, A, I want to be anywhere other than here, and B, if I almost remember sitting so still as to want to not be observed, like when kids stay still and think they're invisible, because I was like, I just don't want to be observed in this environment right now. I don't want anyone to see me or know me. And I thought, what if this person finds out I'm Jewish? What if, the conversation veers into an area that, what if it's not just this person who holds those views, but other people in the class, and this provides a social license for people to start making other derogatory comments about Jews or conspiratorial comments. I just remember feeling so stuck in that room and just absolutely terrified. And and I was the president of August for a year in 2020. I also remember thinking at that time, if I can't kind of summon the understanding and the tools to sort of navigate this situation in the moment, what must it be like for any number of students, particularly first-year students, who might come across this sort of attitude in a class or in any other setting at university? I'm a person who's very comfortable advocating on my own behalf and on behalf of my community. I just thought, how would anyone, if I'm having this physical and emotional reaction, how could anyone be expected to deal with this in the moment when it's taking place?
And how did the lecturer navigate that situation once that comment was made?
I think it took him a moment to realise what was actually being said. And when it did kind of become clear to him, he just sort of said, we're not going to go into that, and moved the conversation along very swiftly, which I appreciated.
Right. You then made a complaint about this incident?
Yes, so I took it, because it was a guest lecture, I made it I sent an email to the convener of the course, who was the regular lecturer, and he was very supportive. He was, he said this should not have happened, directed me both to wellbeing resources and also to the university's complaint processes. I made a decision. I had to think a bit about whether I wanted to go through the process, but I made a decision to put in a complaint through the process, because I felt that it was important that incident be reflected in the university's understanding of what campus life is like for Jews, and also to understand that this sentiment does exist and that there perhaps might be other incidents that come up, and so that if this does take place, it's not a one-off.
And your complaint was directed to the students' conduct as opposed to the lecturers?
Absolutely, and I made clear at every opportunity that I had no issue with the way that the lecturer had dealt with it in the moment, but it was in fact the comments that were made that were the problem.
All right. And it was dealt with by what was described as the assisted resolution pathway. You understand that to be sort of an alternative to a formal complaints process?
Yes, so I didn't find out that this was the case from my recollection. I don't think I found out about that until I received the actual outcome of the complaint.
Right. So you weren't consulted, obviously, on whether
No.
it should go down that pathway as opposed to another?
That was never anything that I had the opportunity to give my opinion on.
All right. Were you, would it have been your preference to go through a formal complaints process, or were you quite content for it to be a assisted resolution process?
From my understanding, there are a number of things under the assisted resolution process that that perhaps might have been helpful, including providing greater education to the student. Without having sort of a really sophisticated understanding of what the distinction is, I wasn't necessarily concerned with him being the subject of discipline. I didn't think a disciplinary process would actually elicit a change in views either for the student or for anyone who might become aware of the incident. So if there had been other opportunities for him to receive more education, for the university to put in place, sort of better guardrails and understanding, then I think the assisted resolution process would have been fine.
Right. And what was the outcome?
So the university, as I understand it, sort of investigated, and they said that they felt that there was they found that there was insufficient evidence that the student had intended to make a discriminatory comment. They said that they provided counselling to the student, that this should not take place again. There was an element of the decision which I think rested on the respondent's English language capability. So there was a view that he didn't have the sufficient English language to express himself effectively in the environment, something to that effect. But the decision was made not to take it any further, but the way that it was put to me was that the student wanted to make an apology to me. In other words, the way that it was phrased in the outcome didn't indicate that he was directed to do that, but rather that was his preference.
And was that the sort of outcome you'd hoped for?
I think, as I said, I had hoped that there would be some education provided to the student as to the nature of the comments that they were making and why they would be so harmful. It's not clear to me in the letter of outcome that I received or any of the communication that I got from the university that took place. The university as well, it's interesting because when they provided me sort of the final package of documents, which included the outcome of the complaint, my complaint, and the letter of apology from the student, the outcome was put first. And so I read first in the outcome that the university had counselled the student that they should be reminded of the impact their words can have on others in the learning environment in the current global and political environment. And whilst I could appreciate that we were in a time of rising anti-Semitism, I didn't understand those words to be referring to that climate of rising anti-Semitism. I understood that to mean that the student was counselled in the context of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which, given the comments, I sort of sat there and felt like, have to take for an incident of anti-Semitism not to be related to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict if a student said, as happened in my class, the Jews have too much power, and that became a contested political issue in the current global environment. So I felt that counselling was inappropriate to convey to the student why the underlying sentiment that had been expressed from his words was wrong and deeply hurtful. And because I read those words before I read the apology, I then came to read the apology, and the apology said something to the effect of that we should be cautious in the current climate. So I understood it to be the case that the student had been cautioned in the current climate not to make remarks of this nature because there was an ongoing conflict, and then he provided in his apology a view that it was the current conflict that was the problem and not necessarily the underlying nature of the remarks.
I see. So you're drawing an inference as to
Yes.
how the student might have been counselled by reference to the letter and the terms of the apology itself.
Yes.
All right. And what was your reaction to all of that?
I was... Part of me was sort of kind of happy that it was over. I didn't want to have to deal with it any further. But I did feel somewhat disappointed that I felt that the university had kind of brushed it aside in the context of the conflict, and sort of said that it was... I also felt that the comment, it was not sufficiently able to determine the respondent's intention. I can appreciate that. I also think there wasn't very much... I don't know the extent of the investigation, and I say that because clearly the university spoke to the respondent, but never after that did they kind of come back to me and put anything to me. I don't say that because I think that the complaints process should be adversarial, but I do think I should have been in some way afforded an opportunity to respond to the construction of that sort of set of excuses or that sort of set of explanations in the context of them having made me feel a particular way. It was also challenging because the university, in its final outcome, told me that I had to keep the whole affair confidential. We've heard evidence earlier about the impact of confidentiality on some of these matters, but for me to be told that it would be a matter of academic misconduct to tell people about what I had experienced, this is the first time I've spoken publicly about what happened because I feel safe to do that in this environment. I don't feel I could have done that anywhere else, even after having graduated at the university, because I'm not sufficiently aware of the regulations enough to know that my degree won't be rolled back or anything like that as a consequence of speaking about it. So that does really impose quite an unfair burden on people who've experienced, and I assume this is something that extends not just to anti-Semitism but all manner of complaints. But it also, that level of silence or imposed silence means that if anyone else wanted to compile a picture of what is happening on campus and connect the dots between different incidents, it would be difficult to do that without the vantage point of the university. And as I understand it, the university doesn't seem to collect that information in that particular way, and so it doesn't typically get reported as part of a broader set of issues, or it certainly hasn't, in my experience, been reported as part of a broader set of issues.
You also observe at paragraph 46 that you subsequently read in the media that the officer who handled the complaint was openly supportive of the pro-Palestine movement. What reaction did you have to that?
I don't have any issue with people expressing political beliefs or opinions about the conflict. It's an issue that a lot of people discuss, and we should be able to discuss freely and openly. But I think given the language that was in the outcome to my complaint about the current global and political environment, it did raise concerns to me about impartiality, that perhaps that complaints officer's approach was influenced by her political views.
Have you since been made aware that that officer was removed from complaints decision-making functions in respect of complaints regarding the Middle East?
Yes.
Right. And were you aware that that action was taken by the university even prior to the media reports that you refer to?
I wasn't aware of that, no.
You conclude your statement with some observations about how you've spent your time as COO of Augis from about paragraph 48. Would you like to speak to that topic?
Yeah, as you said, I started in this role in March, so after this commission had been established, and so a significant period of the time that I've spent in the role has been reviewing quite a number of incidents that took place over many years, ones that I had direct involvement in and ones that I didn't. And there was a pretty consistent theme, which was that people had experienced traumatic incidents of anti-Semitism. They felt targeted, they felt victimized, they felt like people on campus held an unfairly negative view of them. In some cases, they had experienced, actual violence, physical violence. And in almost every circumstance, they had attempted to avail themselves of the existing policies and procedures to respond to those matters. And in almost every circumstance, the policies were said not to apply to their particular case for particular reasons. The universities failed to address the underlying matters because they said that they couldn't, because the policies didn't address those issues. And the students left feeling even more abandoned, let down and hurt than they were just on having experienced the incident itself. I think what we are seeing in the sector, and certainly what I have seen based on all of the matters that I reviewed, is not only institutional failures, but institutional failures that compound other institutional failures, such that they create this appalling cycle of trauma and re-traumatization for Jewish students and staff at universities, who feel like the institutions are set up in order to protect people, but not to protect them. That a significant amount of care and concern needs to be afforded to people in order to express their political opinions or to protect their academic freedom, but not actually to protect the safety and well-being of Jewish people on campus. And I think that unless universities take more proactive measures, I mean, obviously there have been a range of steps taken over the past few years in particular, but unless they take more proactive measures, these institutional failures will just continue to compound. But I also think that one of the things that this process has made clear to me is that there are a lot of people who left the university sector feeling those feelings of having been let down and abandoned. And when universities take active, proactive measures to address the future manifestations of these issues, often those people who've left the university sector still feel like their issues haven't been addressed, and they still feel like justice is elusive. And so I don't know what the answer is to that challenge, but I think that there does need to be some thought as to how universities and other actors within the sector present their narrative of what has taken place over the last few years and address the matters that have been brought to their attention by a whole range of people, including Augis, but also including individual staff and students.
Thank you. Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Kirsh, for coming back and giving further evidence.
Anytime.
You are excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I now call Dr Bren Carlill.
Yes.
By Almighty God that the evidence you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please say I do.
I do.
Could you please state your name?
I'm Bren Carlill.
And you've prepared a statement for the Commission dated 6 July 2026.
I have.
And you have a copy of that statement there with you?
I do.
And that statement is still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Commissioner, I tender that statement, which is stat.899.0001.0455_R.
Yes. The statement will be admitted into evidence.
And there are a number of annexures to that statement which I'll tender separately.
Yes.
Annexure 1 is stat.899.0001.0451. Annexure 2 is stat.899.0001.0452. Annexure 3 is stat.899.0001.0453. And Annexure 4 is stat.899.0001.0454. I tender
Yes.
those.
Those 4 documents will be admitted as exhibits.
You are currently the Director of Special Projects at the Australia, Israel and Jewish Affairs Council.
That's correct.
And you obtained a PhD from the University of Melbourne in 2018.
I did.
And that PhD examined the Israel-Palestine conflict, correct?
It did.
And you've also published a book on that topic in 2021.
I have.
You are not Jewish,
That's correct.
but you've worked with the Australian Jewish community on and off since 2006.
Yeah.
And you were previously the Director of Public Affairs at the Zionist Federation of Australia.
Yes.
In 2023, what I'll call the ZFA, the Zionist Federation of Australia, with the support of other organisations, commissioned the Social Research Centre to undertake the Jewish University Experience Survey.
Yes.
And what is the Social Research Centre?
Social Research Centre is a organisation, I believe it's a business run by the ANU, but basically they conduct surveys in Australia. A lot of the very important surveys in Australia, such as the ones done by the Scanlon Foundation, are run through the Social Research Centre.
And this survey was commissioned prior to October 7, 2023.
That's right.
Indeed, it was conceived of in late 2021. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yeah.
And what prompted the thought to commission a survey of this kind?
So a number of Jewish university students would come to the ZFA president, Jeremy Liebler, and tell him of their experiences at university, some of the experiences that we've been hearing about over the past couple of days. And so he took those anecdotes and went and organised meetings with university leaderships and said, look, this is the situation on campus. And I wasn't at those meetings, but Jeremy relayed the outcome of the meetings to me. And basically they said, look, you know, that's a terrible thing that you're saying, but we actually don't have any anti-Semitism on our campuses. We don't have an anti-Semitism problem. And he said, well, look, you've got these anecdotes here that shows that you do. And basically the university said, look, we can't change our policy on the basis of anecdotes. So Jeremy thought, well, we need hard data, and the best way to do that is through a survey. So that was why we came up with it.
And you were given day-to-day responsibility for organising
Yes.
the survey. And it was ultimately carried out by the Social Research Centre between 14 March and 3 April 2023.
Yes,
And the report was published in August 2023.
it was.
And at paragraph 15 of your statement, you explain that the survey sought to measure 3 key matters. Could you just speak to those topics for us?
Of course, first of all, we wanted to understand the lived experience of anti-Semitism on campus and in university online environments, such as online lectures and tutors, things like that. We also, because we knew that students, through our anecdotes, we knew that students weren't submitting complaints. We wanted to understand why they weren't submitting complaints to the universities about these experiences. And also we really wanted to understand if the levels of anti-Semitism that we had heard about was accurate, or if Jewish students were purposely changing their behaviour in order to avoid anti-Semitism. So the questions also looked to that.
And it was directed at both current and former university students, but in terms of former university students, you were looking at those who graduated in the last 5 years?
Yeah, that's right.
And at paragraph 21, you explain why it wasn't feasible to use what you describe as a probability panel. What is a probability panel and why couldn't it be used on this occasion?
Probability panel is a pre-organised panel that randomly has lots of people from all sorts of demographic categories. Now, the Social Research Centre has a a probability panel of the Australian population. But if we were to use that, by the time a question would ask a respondent, are you Jewish and are you a university student, the number of people that would actually get to respond to our survey would be a handful, 6, 12 people, so we wouldn't be able to build a survey out of that. So that's why we weren't able to use that.
All right. And so ultimately, how did you locate students, both current and former, in order to participate in this survey?
So 2 ways. The first is we went to Augis and organised for them to collate their mailing lists over the past 5 years. They did so, they didn't hand it to us, they sent that mailing list to the Social Research Centre. And so everyone on that mailing list was emailed an invitation by the Social Research Centre to fill in the survey. And then also there was an opt-in way as well. So we used our own channels through social media, through newsletters, through our networks. We went far and wide. I remember going to Facebook groups like Jews of Melbourne and Jews of Sydney and saying, hey, there's this survey here. We want as many people as possible to fill it out.
And ultimately, you received 563 responses over the survey period?
Yes.
Across 32 different universities?
Yes.
And was that size of responses considered large enough to be able to draw conclusions from?
Yes, I thought so. Because it's basically impossible to know the exact number of Jewish university students there are. However, the 2021 census, which took place 18 months before our survey, indicated that there was about 7,000-ish Jewish university students at that time. So using those numbers, which I imagine wouldn't have changed too much, our survey represented about 7% of Jewish tertiary students at the time.
And you've annexed the questionnaire to your statement. It asks questions, for example, like whether the student had experienced any of the following on campus or online, including anti-Semitism based on religion or race, anti-Semitism based on perceptions of Jewish money, power or influence and the like, as you set out at paragraph 33.
Yes, that's right.
Did the survey instruct those who received it to adopt any particular definition of anti-Semitism?
No, we purposefully did not put a definition of anti-Semitism in there. We only put examples of possible lived experiences and asked if they had experienced those examples of conduct.
And why was that approach adopted?
Because once you put a definition in there, regardless of what definition you put in, people will first of all have to think about whether or not, that definition ticks their box. But then you'll ultimately go to go to ask him, well, what type of anti-Semitism have you experienced? And in a way, it's a kind of waste of time. So all the advice we received when we were from experts when we were putting the survey together is make it as succinct as possible. So we just went straight to, have you experienced any of these examples?
I see. And the greatest proportion of respondents were from Monash, Melbourne, University of Sydney, UNSW, ANU and Macquarie University, as
Yes.
you've set out. And then a survey report was then prepared.
Yes. That was prepared by the Social Research Centre.
Yes. And could I just go through some of the key findings in that report, which you've summarised in your statement? One of which was that 64% of those who responded had reported at least one incident of anti-Semitism during their time at university.
Yes.
And 88% of those had occurred within the last 12 months.
Yes.
And at paragraph 44, you note that the most reported event was people or events that make you feel intimidated because of your Jewish identity.
That's correct.
And after that came, as the next most reported event, anti-Semitism based on perceptions of Jewish money, power or influence.
Yes.
Yes. And you've set out the other findings in your statement. And these incidents were reported equally as occurring within the classroom as outside the classroom?
Yes.
And as to those who were involved in the behaviour, 90% of respondents said that it was university students who were the active participants.
Yes, that's
right?
correct.
But 29% said staff were the active participants.
Yeah, these weren't mutually exclusive categories.
I see. In that, in one incident, both staff and students could be involved.
That's right.
I understand. In terms of the findings on complaints, at paragraph 53, you extract the finding that only 14% of respondents said they had made a complaint in response to the most impactful incident that they had experienced. Did that result surprise you, or was it consistent with the anecdotal evidence that you'd received?
It disappointed me. It didn't surprise me, and certainly when I relayed these results to Jewish university students, they weren't surprised in the slightest.
And you also record at paragraph 53 that of those who did make a complaint, 61% were dissatisfied overall with the university's response to their complaint, with 35% being very dissatisfied and 26% being dissatisfied. Did that surprise you?
Again, not particularly, and certainly once I had those conversations with Jewish uni students, none of them were surprised.
You also describe the two key barriers identified to submitting a complaint. What were those?
The two most, I guess, popular choices was a belief that complaining would not make a difference. That was 61% of students thought that, and 48% of students thought that the university would not think the incident was serious enough. Again, these options were not mutually exclusive.
All right. You also record some results about the level of confidence in making a complaint, and the results suggested that university students would feel more confident if the university had adopted a definition
That's right.
of anti-Semitism. Were you able to understand from the survey results why such a thing would give them a level of confidence, or are you able to speculate on that by reference to your experiences?
I remember having a chat with Alyssa Foster, who then was the president of August, and one thing that she raised to me is in university anti-racism policies, the word anti-Semitism didn't appear. Like, often different types of discriminatory conduct were identified as things you can't do, and anti-Semitism wasn't one of them. And she was saying, look, even a university acknowledgement that anti-Semitism exists and is a problem would provide the students confidence. And again, were the universities able to provide that definition, that would give the students confidence, particularly on those issues, the nexus where criticism of Israel and anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism meet. A definition would allow a student to identify, yes, what happened to me was anti-Semitic, and therefore I'm going to take that to the university.
Commissioner, I note the time. I expect I'll be maybe another 10 minutes or so with Dr Carlill.
Well, perhaps we might press on. Unless that's causing any difficulty further down the line.
Not as far as I'm aware, Commissioner.
Well, we'll depart from what the Americans call regular order and go on.
All right. The survey also gave respondents the opportunity to share additional information by way of open text responses,
yes.
Correct? And the Social Research Centre then analysed the themes emerging from those responses. 23% of respondents elected to include such additional information.
Mm-hmm.
And you've noted that the top theme emerging from those responses was anti-Israel sentiment crossing into anti-Semitism, correct?
Correct.
And it was 15% of respondents who'd identified that.
Yes.
You've also included in your statement a number of examples of those responses that the Commission will certainly pay close attention to. But can I ask you, once the survey was completed, what did ZFA then do with it?
We primarily sent the survey and the survey results to all the universities that were represented in the survey to say, hey, look at this. And then the major universities, we requested a meeting with them.
Right. And you provided each university the data that was relevant to their universities?
We did.
Showing that sort of breakdown in responses for students in respective
and how it
universities.
compares to the national average.
And how it compares to the national average, I see. And so you ended up meeting with a range of universities?
Yes.
And provided them with that information. At paragraph 68, you summarise in general terms what the range of responses from various universities were. Could you give us that summary now?
Yeah, everyone we met with were genuinely shocked at not just that anti-Semitism was happening on their campus, but the extent that it was. They were also very eager to tell us about their anti-racism policies that they already had on their books, and there was almost always genuine engagement as to the findings of the survey, particularly how it related to their university. Then when we said, well, this is what we think you should do in order to remedy this problem. Sometimes there was genuine, sort of we'll take that on notice type ideas. Other universities were basically flat out rejected, and then there was always a variety. It was on a spectrum of responses.
All right. And those recommendations, generally speaking, in the meetings that you attended, included adopting a definition of anti-Semitism?
Yes.
In particular, the IRA definition was what you
advocated
for at the time?
We specifically said that you should adopt the IRA definition, but the reality is, as long as the definition that is adopted is agreed to and done in collaboration with the representative Jewish community bodies, not least Orgis and the ECAJ and ZFA, then that would be okay. the position of the ZFA, my personal position is that the IRA definition is the best one out there. So that's the way. That's the reason we suggested that one.
I see. And another recommendation that was made was that complaints handling processes needed to be reformed to create a system that Jewish students believed would take them seriously, protect their confidentiality and produce meaningful outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
And it was also recommended by ZFA that staff responsible for dealing with complaints should receive compulsory education. What sort of education did you envisage would be useful for them?
Well, look, if there was a complaints handling officer who was unaware about as to how modern anti-Semitism manifests in Australian society, then their approach to a student complaining about anti-Semitism would ultimately be founded in ignorance. And so we said, look, you need training on exactly that, how anti-Semitism manifests in society, and that training would obviously have to be, if not delivered, certainly organised and arranged in collaboration with the representative Jewish community organisations.
It was also recommended that reporting procedures and examples of prohibited conduct should be promoted to students during orientation week and through other avenues.
Yeah, that was a suggestion by the August president, who basically said students don't know how to complain,
Right.
and so therefore, the university should go a bit further, especially during O Week at the start of the year, to really all these show them in various different ways as to the importance of submitting complaints and how to do so.
And the recommendations also included universities holding regular and ongoing meetings or roundtables with Jewish students and staff. Why was that considered important?
That was one of the most important recommendations, I believe, because going back to the start of the survey and why the survey was done, is that universities had no idea about the level of anti-Semitism on their campuses, and the reason is they gained their data from complaints data, from people submitting complaints. The Jewish students weren't submitting complaints because they didn't think it would work, and so therefore the universities were ignorant as to the level of anti-Semitism on their campus. So yes, we said you need to fix your complaints process, which would obviously increase the number of people willing to make complaints. But at the same time, you need to find different ways as to understanding what's happening on your campuses.
Thank you, Dr. Carlill. I have no further questions, Commissioner.
Yes. Well, thank you very much for your evidence, Dr. Carlill.
Pleasure.
You are excused.
It's now an appropriate time for lunch, Commissioner.
It is indeed, and I'm going to say that we will not be resuming until 2:10.
Very well.
Let's all stand.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner, our next witness is Ms. Paris Enten. Give evidence.
Yes.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation? An affirmation. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence that you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
You've given one statement to the Commission dated the 9th of July 2026, is that correct?
Correct.
And you would like to make a correction or qualification to the statement, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Now, if I could take you to paragraph 23 of the statement on page _0007.
Yes.
And direct your attention to the penultimate sentence where you say, I do not recall any of them saying that they would try to tackle anti-Semitism. I understand that you want to change that sentence slightly, is that correct?
Yes.
How would you like to change that sentence?
I would like to change it to say that I recall one person who was not herself Jewish but has Jewish heritage who said that she would continue her work at the Holocaust Museum, and other than that I do not recall any of them saying they would try to tackle anti-Semitism.
Thank you. And with that correction, is the statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Thank you. Commissioner, I tender the statement which bears the document ID STAT.899.0001.0472 with that correction?
Yes. The statement is admitted as an exhibit.
Now, you currently work as a legal associate in the Federal Circuit and Family Court of Australia, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're the granddaughter of 3 Holocaust survivors, is that right?
I am.
And your father was a doctor and your mother was a social worker, is that right?
That's right.
They owned businesses and gave willingly to the community around them, is that correct?
They still do, yes.
Now, can you tell us a little bit about how your experiences of your grandparents and parents informed your upbringing?
Sure. I was incredibly close, in particular, with my paternal grandmother, who was a young teenager when she was in the camps in the Holocaust, and she was my only grandparent who spoke openly about her experience, and it shaped the way that I saw the world and my position is in it as a woman and now as a young woman. Growing up with stories that expulsions and pogroms and genocides were to be expected and commonplace informed my parents' view of the world tremendously, and there was always a sense that we should never get too comfortable here. And I didn't believe that growing up until kind of aged 17 or 18.
And you give some evidence that while you were growing up, you and your siblings would scoff at the idea that anti-Semitism still existed. Can you explain that?
Sure. I grew up in a very traditional home. I went to 2 Jewish day schools. I didn't have contact really with the non-Jewish world, and I think that was a protective measure from my parents. And so this idea that someone would hate this beautiful community around me was really, really foreign. I didn't see any reason why, and it was unbelievable that anybody would have an issue with the way that we were living.
And you attended Monash University from 2020 to 2025, is that right?
That's right.
And what did you study?
I studied a Bachelor of Arts Laws.
Okay. And while you were at Monash, you were involved in the Monash Students Association as an elected representative, is that correct?
I was.
And you were also involved in the Monash Jewish Student Society and the Australasian Union of Jewish Students, is that correct?
That's correct.
And roughly when were you involved in those 2 organisations?
From roughly...
I can direct you to paragraph 8.
Yes, from roughly 2021 to 2024, the years blend together.
Excellent. Now, you started as a student during the COVID-19 lockdowns. Could you please tell us a little bit about that experience?
It was quite anticlimactic. There was one day on campus before we became remote, and I didn't attend university on that day because I had no classes, so my first year was entirely off campus.
And despite being off campus, you were warned by some students about what to expect. Could you tell us about what they told you?
Sure, they told us that there were certain groups of people who targeted visibly Jewish students, and that could come in the form of shouting at us in class, especially in the arts faculty, or accosting us on the university streets or in libraries, and that there would be protests, and that it was quite an organised body of students as well.
And what did you make of those warnings when they were given to you?
Well, half of me thought that it was nonsense. Again, it was so foreign to me that people could have a problem with the way that my community was and the way we lived. And it was profoundly disappointing because I had hoped to be free of that and explore the secular world for the first time, free of any anti-Semitism. And it was also just ridiculous and hilarious that anybody would care that much about us.
Now, you attended your first day of in-person studies in March 2021, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you tell us about what happened on that day when you attended university?
Sure. So I was taking the bus to and from university, and on my way back from a tutorial, as I was walking to the bus stop, there was a group of socialist students who I had been warned about, who were handing out flyers about, I believe, a refugee rally, which was a cause they'd taken up quite strongly at the time. And one of them handed me a flyer and asked if I knew anything about socialism, to which I very excitedly said, yes, I do. I've been on a kibbutz in Israel, it's a socialist commune, I know all about it from that. And he quite quickly changed his tone and said, well, we're an anti-Zionist organisation. And I said, that's fine. It's kind of not what we're talking about. And he asked if I was Jewish, and I, of course, said yes, because I didn't think that anybody would have an issue with it. And it escalated quite quickly, where another girl nearby started chanting, we won't stop until people like you are kicked off campus. And she made a big scene, and other people heard about it in the group and stopped handing out their flyers and began accosting me. Some people joined in the chant, which I felt was something that they had chanted before, just from the unison of it. They started asking if I liked killing Palestinians, and they shouted all sorts of things that I don't recall exactly. And I walked away, and yeah.
And I think you give some evidence that you said to the student that she didn't know any of your political
Yes.
views about Israel. Could you talk to us about the response that you received to that suggestion?
So this person who handed me the flyer never joined in on the chat. So I said to him, why is she doing this? Why is she being so mean to me? She doesn't know anything about my opinions. I am pro-Israeli, I'm pro-Palestinian. I think that if you spoke to me, we would agree on more than we disagreed on. I think I was quite naive at the time. I don't know if I would say that now, but at the time I just thought any reasonable person could have empathy for every side of this conversation, and I didn't understand why that wasn't coming through, and obviously no one responded to me, but yeah.
And what effect did this incident have on you as a young student who was attending university in person for the first time?
I was quite upset and devastated. I don't think that at that stage I'd lost all hope in the institution yet. I think I convinced myself to some degree that it was a one-off, but I was very anxious going back. I had this big yellow bag that I used to carry around that I bought, especially for university, that I quickly threw out because you could see it on the CCTV, and I just thought it would be very recognisable. It was really intimidating, and I never knew whether I was going to see these people again because they were wearing face masks because it was COVID, so I never knew, well, that was this person and that was that person, I can avoid them. So it was very difficult.
And you give evidence that members of the group regularly stood on the pathway to the bus stop, is that correct?
Yeah, throughout my time at university.
And you also give some evidence about signing a petition in 2022. Could you tell us about that incident?
Yeah, there was, well, I avoided the socialists after that, but in 2022, the case of Roe v. Wade in the US was overturned, and the socialists had a petition about women's reproductive rights, and as I was signing it, I said something to the effect of, you know, I'm Jewish and I know that we don't always agree on things, but I'm really glad that we can come together for women's rights and for this issue in particular. And they crossed my name out, which I just thought was just, what do you do with that?
What did you do by way of reporting of this particular incident?
So I reported it to the Monash Jewish Student Society, who referred me to a online form that I filled in with all the details, and I think that was pretty quick. I think that was within a day or two of everything that happened.
And you got a response to the report, is that right?
Yes.
And what was the response?
I had a woman from the Safer Communities unit email me and set up a meeting with me, and we had a very large series of meetings to discuss what had happened.
And what happened as a result of the complaint after you made it?
Nothing.
Okay. Was it the case that you were told by someone from the Safer Community unit that the university was able to identify the students, but they couldn't tell you who they were?
Yeah, so it was quite a long investigation from memory. I did identify the incident and the people from my statement on the CCTV footage. I was able to say, this is the person I was speaking to, this is the girl who started the chant, and so on. They identified them, they told me they had their identities, but I wasn't able to know who they were. And it sounded all very positive to me until I got the formal response from the university saying that they wouldn't be taking it further.
Okay. And were there any reasons given for not being able to take it further?
Yes, they said that on the balance of probabilities, they didn't have enough evidence to prove that my version of events had occurred because the CCTV footage was of poor quality from poor placement of the cameras themselves, and that the footage had no audio. And because the people who they interviewed, who I'd accused, denied wrongdoing, there was nothing that they could do.
And you sent an email in response to the outcome that the complaint wasn't substantiated for those reasons, in which you expressed some concerns about the process. Could you tell us what those concerns were?
Well, I just felt that I had witness statements of my own and it was captured on CCTV, and if their cameras weren't going to be adequate, what further evidence could I gather as the person going through it in the moment? And I felt that there was a crisis of anti-Semitism on campus already in 2021 that I'd made clear in my statement, and no action seemed to have been taken, and I expressed that.
To what extent were there other incidents prior to the 7th of October that you experienced at Monash?
To a large extent.
Okay. I might direct you to paragraph 18 of your statement where you speak about some of those incidents. Could you tell us about the incidents that you found the most troubling during that time?
There were many, many incidents that don't make it into this statement. I think one that I found particularly troubling was in a class called the Modern Middle East, which was, I think, the class that I was the most excited about in my entire degree. There was a group of students there who had it out for Jews from the beginning. They would make statements without knowing that there were any Jews present, to the effect that, well, all the European Jews and the Ashkenazi Jews, they're to blame for what's happening in the Middle East now, and if we got more Arab Jews, then everything would be better. And I kind of interrupted them and said, sorry, but there are actually a lot of Sephardi and Mizrahi Jews in Israel who can vote, who have the ability to make decisions, and they're not, Jews aren't responsible for everything that happens in the Middle East. And they made comments throughout the class that were never addressed by anyone, even though they were witnessed broadly. On one occasion, they said that Holocaust survivors were inherently genocidal and therefore should be expelled from the region, should never have been allowed access into the mandate. And I actually stood up and I said to them, are you really saying that Holocaust survivors are inherently genocidal, that my grandparents, who was a taxi driver and a seamstress, are you really saying that? And they said, yeah. And they reiterated it, and the professor did nothing. He just wanted to de-escalate, and there was no further action. It was really disappointing.
And when you spoke up, did you experience any change in other students' behaviour around the classes?
Absolutely. As you can tell, I'm very passionate about this. And at that stage, I'd already experienced a lot of anti-Semitism, so I was probably not being my most friendly and bubbly self, but I was always very civil, and I think always gave people the benefit of the doubt. People stopped getting into elevators with me. They would leave situations that I entered. I saw Jewish students watch me get treated the way that I was treated, and they stopped speaking up and would come to me later and say, oh, just so you know, I'm Jewish and I'm sorry for not saying anything, but I really appreciate you doing it. It was just horrific.
And did you change any of your own behaviour in class discussions as a result of these interactions?
I think after October 7th I did. I was definitely, I think it was a case-by-case situation. There were some classes where I just kept my mouth shut, but there were others where I think maybe I felt more like I needed to make my point. But after October 7th, that was totally different. Yeah.
Okay. Now, your statement also addresses your experiences at Monash following October 7. Could you talk us through how your experience changed? I think you might address this from paragraph 20 of your statement.
Yeah, so lots of things changed. Are you asking about anything in particular or just generally?
I'm referring to the evidence that you give about the posters, stickers and slogans that started appearing. Were there other things that occurred as well? Or?
Yeah, well, the stickers, posters and slogans were all there before, but I think they intensified both in quantity and quality. They were now inside buildings, whereas they'd usually been limited to poster boards and outside areas. They were now being given out in between lecture breaks and inside classrooms and on classroom tables, so that was quite crazy. And then obviously the encampments happened at Monash, and they lasted for a few weeks, and they were really intimidating.
And was it the case that you lived quite close to where the encampments were taking place at the time?
Yeah, so there was, I'm not going to say where I lived, but there was an apartment building across the road from that side of the campus. So if I had my apartment kind of doors open, you could hear the chanting from there.
And how did hearing the chants in your place of residence affect you?
I think that was the start of the end for me in terms of my faith in the secular institution that was Monash. I think I'd gone in full of hope, not believing what people said, so confident that I could tell someone I didn't live on, but I visited a kibbutz, and I think at that point my mental health deteriorated really rapidly, and just this sense of hopelessness and helplessness that I was completely unable to make change, and there was nothing I could do, and no amount of being a proud Jewish Zionist could do anything to help anyone.
You also give some evidence about attending a class in 2024 called Final Journey Remembering the Holocaust, which involved a study tour of Poland, Germany and the Czech Republic. Is that right?
Yes.
And was that study tour led by staff or persons associated with Monash?
2 staff members from Monash University, yes.
And the group attending the tour had 21 members, but only you and one other student were Jewish, is that right?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Okay. Now, could you tell us a little bit about what you experienced on that trip?
Sure. So the trip was, I think, over 10 days, and we every single day were visiting camps and ghettos and memorials, and kind of going through this really emotionally intense few days, and the behaviour of some, dare I say, the majority of the students on the trip was disgusting, and I made it known really early that I found it abhorrent, and people didn't care. People were filming TikTok dances in the car parks of Auschwitz and concentration camps. People complained about having to go to visit camps and ghettos where people were mass slaughtered because it was too early in the morning and they were still hungover from the night before, and they didn't really want to have to go. They were just there for their Euro summer. People made comments to the effect of, well, Jews weren't really the main victims of the Holocaust, and it just, and the facilitators were brilliant. They were really, really wonderful, but there was just nothing that could be done to reel in this behaviour. It was just terrible.
So I think you give some evidence at paragraph 23 about verbally bringing these incidents to the attention of the trip leaders, and then the students were addressed accordingly.
Yeah.
Is this an example of an effective response that you received from Monash, or?
Well, I think Monash University had certain powers that 2 teachers on the ground didn't have. So I think that, we were all together and trying to build a kind of collegial spirit, and we have to keep moving forward on this trip together. We don't want to create bad blood. I think that was the most effective thing they could have done. I think Monash could have and should have taken it further after the trip.
Okay, but the staff who were immediately responsible for the trip were responsive when you
Yes, they were
raised
very
concern?
responsive, and they were both Jewish.
Excellent. Now, Did they also take steps to address prospectively the behaviour of students, or was it just reactive?
No, they took prospective steps as well. I don't think that it's in my statement, but there were 2 classes, I believe 2, there might have been 3, before the trip that were really detailed about what was expected of us, our behaviour, the code of conduct, the Monash code of conduct, and we were taught about the history of Jews in Europe, about the Holocaust, everyone had a background knowledge of what was expected of them, yes.
Now, you also give some evidence about the effect that this trip had on you and your approach to your studies. Could you speak a little bit about how it affected you, these experiences?
Yeah. Again, at this point, there had been a kind of accumulation of incidents, so I don't want to put it on any one thing, but I genuinely would describe myself as probably clinically traumatized. I would hear people laughing in the street and assume they were, for a split second, assumed that they were laughing at me, because for so much of the trip I was being laughed at and my family was being laughed at, and I really just didn't trust anyone who I met, Jewish or not Jewish. I just assumed that new people had this kind of thing out to get me. It took a really long time for me to return to a normal state.
And you made a correction to your statement earlier, obviously, to address an instance where there was a degree of...
One student, yeah.
One student. Could you speak a little bit about your reflection, how you came to remember that particular incident?
So throughout the trip, there was... Early on, before the trip in these classes, I'd met one student who was not Jewish, who had some Jewish background, and she'd been volunteering at the Holocaust Museum, and she was very much an exception to what I've been discussing. She's still a friend of mine. She's a beautiful girl, and I think when I think about the trip, I don't think of her. I think about, the very awful things that we witnessed, both from the Holocaust and also from the people who attended the trip with me. So she wasn't front of mind, but I remembered, and I didn't think it was fair to exclude something that I thought was relevant.
Thank you. Now, at the conclusion of your statement, you provide some reflections on your time at Monash and the actions that they took in response to concerns that you raised. Could you share with us some of those reflections?
Sure. I think what I didn't want to happen was for people to come away thinking that I was accusing Monash of not following their policy and procedures. And I also know that a lot of the evidence that's been given to the Commission has been focused on October 7th and its aftermath, and I wanted it to be clear that Monash was very well aware from at least my statement, but I know certainly from before that, from other students much before my time, they knew that their policies were inadequate at addressing anti-Semitism on campus. They knew that there was a problem. They knew that their cameras were inadequate. They knew that their reporting procedures were inadequate, and they actively chose every day to do nothing about it. I really just wanted to make that clear.
And are there any particular respects in which you thought their policies and procedures were inadequate? Are there points that you're really passionate about making in that respect, or?
There are. I think that it might go beyond my statement, but I think that how Monash chooses to allocate its funding to student unions needs to be reevaluated. I think something that was said in the email in response to me was that the only objective evidence that they had was the CCTV footage. I don't agree. I think my evidence was objective and supported by other people. I think that when you have a certain group of students on campus placing themselves at the point of egress from the campus who are actively being complained about by myself and many, many others, they shouldn't be able to be at those points of egress. We should be able to come to and leave campus safely and without harassment and intimidation. There should have been more done about the graffiti and the posters and the stickers, and I know that that issue isn't resolved. There's a lot that could be done.
Thank you. Commissioner, I don't have any further questions of this witness.
Ms Enten, can I just take you back briefly to the March 2021 occasion when you came across the socialist students, and you were happy to engage with them?
Yes.
And quite quickly, one of them made clear to you that they were anti-Zionist. Is that right?
Yes.
And did I get it right? You said that was all right with you. You were still prepared to talk to them?
Yes, of course. Why would I exclude someone from conversation because of a difference in belief?
Yes. And it was then that the one of them asked if you were Jewish, and you naturally said you were.
Yes.
And that's when the chanting started, and you were made to understand that Jewish students weren't welcome.
When they said, we won't stop until people like you are kicked off campus, they didn't know if I was a Zionist. So my belief is that it was because I was Jewish.
Because you were Jewish.
However, I did tell them that I had been to Israel, so I don't know what conclusions they drew from that. But my belief is that it was because I was Jewish.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and you are excused.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner, our next witness is giving evidence under the pseudonym ACK. If I could call her to give evidence.
Yes.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Now, you're aware that there's a non-publication direction over your name and personal identifiers, is that right?
Correct.
And you've been given the pseudonym ACK for the purposes of this hearing, is that right? And you've given one statement to the Commission dated 1 July 2026, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Commissioner, that statement bears the document ID STAT.899.0001.0460. If I could tender that statement.
Yes, the statement is admitted as an exhibit.
Now, you're an accredited interpreter with the National Accreditation Authority for Translators and Interpreters, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you've been accredited since 2016, is that right?
That is true.
Working as an accredited interpreter in the Victorian education sector since 2017, is that right?
That is
true. And you work as a freelancer and take jobs from a pool of roughly 6 institutions, is that correct?
That's true.
In your role, as it is applied to universities, you facilitate academic communication between students, teachers and fellow students across a number of faculties, is that correct?
I facilitate all communication,
Excellent.
academic and non-academic.
Excellent.
All utterances that occur in the room.
I've been asked if you could speak up just a touch so that it gets picked up on the transcript.
Thank you for the feedback.
No problems. Now, in conducting your translation and interpretation, you're bound by a code of ethics, is that correct?
That is true.
And that includes neutrality among its requirements?
Indeed.
But because of that code, when an anti-Semitic comment is made in a classroom or lecture, you're obliged to interpret it regardless of what you think of it, is that right?
Indeed. This is true.
Now, could you tell us a little about your own personal background? Are you Jewish yourself?
I'm not Jewish.
But you have close friendships with Jewish people?
I certainly do.
And how did those friendships develop?
Surreptitiously. Serendipitous means. I've travelled abroad a number of times, New York, LA, Israel, and the relationships developed from there.
And you visited Israel yourself?
I have.
What was that experience like?
A core memory. Shaped who I am today.
Now, in your statement, you give some evidence about what you've observed in translating and interpreting since October 7. Could you speak a little bit about what you've observed since that time?
In terms of the change of hostility towards Jewish people?
Yes.
Sure. I have certainly witnessed anti-Semitic comments prior to October 7, but I have noticed more the normality of anti-Semitic comments post-October 7. They hang in the air as if it's completely acceptable.
Now, in terms of the types of comments that you've heard in your role, could you talk to us about what some
Well,
of
not
those...
only that I hear, but I'm expected to interpret those comments.
Yes.
As an interpreter, if I cannot perform the duty of impartiality, I am expected to recuse myself. However, I certainly don't walk into work each day expecting to interpret anti-Semitic comments. I don't have a skill book for that at all. So when those comments are made, I must interpret them to the faithfulness of the message.
And you've given some evidence about the absence of challenge. Is that something that you've observed as well?
Entirely.
Now, what effect has this increase in anti-Semitic commentary had on you personally as a translator and interpreter?
So as me as an individual or as an interpreter? I am both, aren't I? However, I view myself as an individual first, an interpreter second. There would be colleagues of mine in my industry that would be the opposite to that. I have been profoundly impacted by the remarks that I have been expected to interpret. Is that because I have a relationship with the Jewish community, or is that because I'm human? I'm not sure. I have done a lot of soul searching to work out why. But as a human being, I just find the comments that I have been expected and have interpreted abhorrent.
And I understand from your statement that those comments have included dehumanising, inflammatory and historically distorted comments. Are you able to elaborate on the nature of the comments that you've interpreted?
A particular comment regarding Holocaust distortion. A student in class had said words to the effect of Hitler didn't have anything against Jewish people, he just didn't want them to suffer. And I was mortified that I was expected to interpret that comment. But more mortified again, the element in the room that I witnessed was that no individual in the room other than myself found that comment inappropriate, offensive or distressing. I was the only person in the room that felt that way, seemed to feel that way.
And was that a comment that was made prior to October 7th?
It was a comment made prior to October 7th, yes.
And did you take steps to report that comment?
I did, yes.
And what happened when you reported?
Not a single change.
Now, paragraph 15 to 17 of your statement, you give some evidence about a comment made at a tertiary institution in February 2024 during a class involving drug and alcohol counselling. Can you tell us a little about that comment and the experience that you had with it?
Yes, the student stood up in class and was demanded support for her family, exactly as I'm reading here. Sorry to read from the statement just so that I'm clear. The students, and so the conversation was not about Israel at all. So just to be clear, it was about drug and alcohol, completely unrelated to the Middle East and the issues there. But she said along the lines of that she demanded support for her family and for the Palestinian cause, and she did not at all acknowledge Israel. In fact, that she spoke against Israel and the Jewish community, and not at all did she acknowledge October 7 at all. It was as if October 7 did not occur, and it was entirely accepted as an appropriate statement.
And I take it that you don't have difficulties with a person calling for support for their family. It was the absence of compassion on
their
the other
family was unrelated to Palestine. It was just it was more framed that she was in opposition of Israel.
Okay. And you didn't take any steps to report that comment, I take it?
Not at that time.
And is part of the reason for that the response that you received to the first instance of reporting?
Yes, so in that case when I did make I must actually go back to my previous comment regarding those anti-Semitic remarks or the distortion regarding the Holocaust, and did anything change? Yes, it did change. I no longer received work at that particular institution from the very day after I had made the complaint about those offensive remarks. So there was a change, not a change in the safety of Jewish community members on the campus, but certainly in relation to my receiving work. And did that impact on me pausing to not raise a complaint about that particular statement? I feel ashamed to say yes, it did.
And just to be clear, the comment that you're referring to when you said that there was a response where you didn't receive work, that was after you'd reported the comment about that the Nazis didn't kill the Jews because they were mean, they killed them because they didn't want them to suffer.
Correct.
That was that context. Okay. Now, you also address an incident that occurred in September 2025 during a class at a tertiary institution dealing with child protection matters. Could you speak to us about that incident?
Could you please refer to a paragraph?
Yeah, of course. It's paragraph 18 of your statement.
Thank you. Yes, the teacher, again, it was unrelated to the content being discussed in class. The teacher decided to speak to an anecdote from her past and referred to a man that she worked for as a nasty old Jewish man.
And what steps did you personally take after hearing that comment? Did you discuss that with a colleague?
I did enter the staff room after that particular lecture had ended, and I had gently discussed or displayed my disgust regarding that comment, but it was like I was living in an upside down world.
And I think you give some evidence that paragraph 19 of your statement about some other things that the lecturer said during...
Yes, in relation to a Jewish school that was nearby her home, or she travelled past. I'm not sure, that they had a lot of security and high fencing, and the only reason for that was to stop us from seeing in, because there's definitely no teaching going on in that particular facility, and it's really about keeping Jewish people separate from the community because they think that they're better than us, and they don't want anyone to know what's going on behind those gates.
And how did those comments make you feel?
I'm absolutely appalled.
Now, again, in relation to the reporting element, did you take steps to report beyond speaking to your colleague?
Yes, it was clear that I was in an environment where it wouldn't be safe to speak out, and I'm not Jewish, so I felt intimidated by the casualisation, the normalisation of anti-Semitic remarks, and I'm not a Jewish person, so I wrote an anonymous letter to the CEO of the institution, expecting to, at the CEO and to people and cultural, I expected to see perhaps anti-Semitic awareness training across the board. That's what I expected. I really did have a belief that I would make a genuine impact in writing my letter. I expressed the remarks that had been made, I expressed the concerns that I had, and I also expressed or gave an example of an organisation that they could go to for anti-Semitic awareness training. The Holocaust Museum was the example that I gave. And I genuinely thought that in a staff memo, I would see that all staff are expected to have anti-Semitic training because of my letter, and I never saw anything.
And as I understand it, this was a letter that you'd started working on prior to the events in December 2025, is that correct?
That's true.
But you finalised the letter once those events occurred, is that right?
That is true.
And you've provided an anonymised version of the letter with your statement, an extra ACK1, is that right?
That is true.
And so in the letter you wrote to the head of the organisation and said that you'd personally witnessed a member of the teaching staff make anti-Semitic remarks during a teaching session in front of a full class of students. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that is that in reference to the event that we were discussing a little earlier about where the teacher had referred to a nasty Jewish man
correct.
and the security?
Correct.
And you said that these remarks were expressed openly without hesitation and were not challenged or addressed at the time, and you found them deeply troubling and shocking. Is that right?
Absolutely correct.
As you indicated before, you referred to the Melbourne Holocaust Museum's learning programs as a source of information. Is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, you said quite expressly at the end of the letter, I look forward to seeing clear communication within the institution, its name's been redacted, that demonstrates concrete action has been taken to restore and uphold a workplace and learning environment that is safe, respectful and inclusive for all. Do you remember writing that?
Yes, I do.
And I think you've said that you were expecting to see some change as a result of it, but
Naively.
what followed?
Nothing.
Okay. Now, at the end of your statement, you make some observations about the balance that needs to be struck between the need for inquiry and debate on the one hand and safety and dignity on the other. Could you explain your opinions about that particular topic? Paragraph 28 referring to?
Well, I think your previous witness spoke more eloquently than I can, that any educational institution is essentially designed for that purpose. However, when utterances are made and thrown out as fact, often in my observation, I need to frame this really carefully. There are often students who have not been exposed to different schools of thought, or they might be impressionable. And when those statements are made, which are unrelated to the teaching content, I might add, I think the damage is profound.
And paragraph 30 of your statement, you give some suggestions about steps that academic institutions might wish to take to ensure that educational institutions remain places of genuine inclusion and respect. Could you tell us what some of those steps are that you think would be appropriate?
I think that it is imperative that there are clearer definitions of anti-Semitism, essentially aligned with internationally recognised frameworks is my belief, but also mandatory training for academic staff and identifying what is a anti-Semitic remark, whether or not it's a mixture of people not caring at all, because anti-Semitism doesn't really matter. It's not. It's so normalised and accepted as acceptable language. I guess more contemporary forms of anti-Semitism that needs to be addressed as well, in my view.
Thank you. Commissioner, I don't have any further questions of this witness.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, madam. You are excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, our next witness is Mr. Yotam Barazani, if I could call him
Yes.
to give evidence.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Do take a seat, sir.
Now, Mr. Barazani, you've provided a witness statement dated the 7th of July 2026, is that correct?
Correct.
And that witness statement is true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Commissioner, I tender the statement which bears the document ID STAT.899.00001.0471.
Yes, the statement will be marked as an exhibit.
Now, Mr. Barazani, you're 29 years old, is that right?
Correct.
And you were born in Israel to Israeli and Australian parents, is that right? Excellent. I might just ask if you could speak up a little bit for,
Yeah,
for the
absolutely.
transcript.
Sorry. Yeah.
It's a problem that I have as well, so when, it's common. Now, you grew up in Jerusalem, is that right?
Correct.
And you travelled between Australia and Israel before moving to Australia at age 12?
Yeah, I would visit here regularly.
Excellent. And you commenced a double degree in commerce and engineering in 2015 before realising that it wasn't right for you and returning to Israel, is that correct?
Correct.
And you returned to Israel to undertake your national service, is that right?
Yes.
And when you were in the IDF, what did you do?
I served as a paratrooper for 2 years.
Okay. And after that, you returned to Australia to commence a Bachelor of Cyber Security at Deakin, is that right?
That is correct.
And since 2021, you've worked as a part-time sessional tutor at the university, is that right?
Yep.
And what have you done outside of working at the university?
So outside of the university, I started my professional career at Deloitte, where I worked as a cybersecurity consultant for a couple of years. And in early 2025, I moved to Bupa as a cybersecurity engineer, and recently moved on to a security architecture role also within Bupa.
And it's correct that you lost a cousin while he was performing his duties with the IDF, is that right?
That is correct.
In your evidence, you discuss the encampment at Deakin University. Could you tell us a little bit about how you came to find out that that was being established and what you did in response?
Yep. So we started seeing these different encampments pop up across universities in Victoria and Australia, across the world. And I can't recall the exact way that I found out, probably through some email. I heard that an encampment is going to occur at Deakin.
Okay. And you give some evidence that you felt that it was your responsibility as a Jewish staff member to show some presence. Can you talk us through that decision making?
Already, since October 7th, Jewish people, Jewish students, Jewish friends started feeling the need to hide their identity, hiding kippas, hiding Star of David. And as someone who was in the IDF and is comfortable and a staff member, I felt it was my responsibility to be present and to show things that show not only that I'm Jewish, but also that I am Israeli, and that it is and should be okay to show that. And yeah, that was ultimately the reason.
And as I understand it, on the 7th of May 2024, at around 9 or 10 a.m, you attended the encampment. Is that right?
Yeah. So what I was hoping to achieve, I heard that the encampment was going to start at 12 o'clock. I knew it might be hectic, it might be busy. I showed up with a sign where the big message in all caps said, "I want peace for all, let's talk." And I had many conversations with people that might, have different political ideologies or understandings to me. And we had some great conversations that even when we disagreed, some of them ended in handshakes, some ended in hugs, some ended in them comforting me because I'd lost my cousin only a few days prior, and I shared the story with them. Yeah.
And I think you give evidence that you spoke to about 30 or 40 people, is that right?
Yeah, I would say so.
And were a number of them pro-Palestinian?
Yeah, so when I was saying that they ended in a handshake and hugs, I'm talking about the pro-Palestinian, of course, pro-Israel, and Jewish students supported me greatly, but it was good to see that there are people who are willing to have a conversation.
And as the encampment began to set up, you moved to a large wooden stage and sat on it with your sign. Can you tell me a little bit about what happened after you did that?
Yeah, so at some point I was moving throughout the day, standing in different areas. I would never approach anyone. People would approach me, come speak with me. I didn't want to force a conversation on anybody. And as the encampment began setting up, some of it began setting up on that stage as well, and less people started to approach me as it got busier, until no one approached me.
Okay. And in your statement, you address two alleged incidents that occurred on the 7th of May 2024. I just want to deal with the first one that is the alleged incident around noon. Could you tell us a little about that incident?
Yeah. So sometime into me sitting on the stage and no one approaching any longer, I got rushed by someone who I've come to know as a student at Deakin University. They shoved me and tore the sign out of my hand.
And what happened after that incident?
So I thought I'd be clever, and there was a sign of theirs next to me, and I sort of picked it up with the hope to say, hey, give me back my sign and you can get yours. But that idea could not come to fruition because the moment I touched the sign, I just got rushed by what seemed to be 20 to 30 people, protesters. And then that goes on to the second incident, if you want me to.
Yes, well, maybe if you could tell us a little about the second alleged incident.
Sure. So when they rushed me, there was one person in particular who, again, I've come to know is not a student or staff member, a deacon, but still present on the campus. And he began assaulting me, just repeatedly shoving me over and over again, a very large man, until I was at the edge of the stage, and the one final push knocked me off of it. I fell to the ground and I sustained injuries to my hip and leg and my arm, and I was bleeding, at which point Deacon security intervened and sort of cleared people that were standing on top of me, or protesters that were standing on top of me.
And after Deacon security had intervened, what happened after that?
Most immediately, I had a moment of clarity that I just realized what happened, and I knew what I needed, which is a witness. And I spoke to several security Deacon staff, asking them if anyone had seen it, had anyone seen that, like how it started, and I got assurance from one of them, exactly what I was looking for. Yep, I saw you were sitting, I saw what happened, I saw that they made contact with you, and I thought, great, I have someone who actually saw that, I was sitting down peacefully, I was sitting on the stage in the most, when you're sitting down with your legs crossed, you're holding a sign saying, I want peace for all. There cannot be a more, not timid, but position than that. And he said he would come with me, walk up to where the police were, which were 100, 200 meters away from the stage, and give his testimony and give his statement. And, I was looking forward to that. I was looking forward to the fact that there actually can be something be done about what had happened to me.
Mm. And I think you give some evidence that, at least in respect of the incident itself, Deacon security responded well?
Yes, Deacon security, they jumped in very quickly, even though I described these two separate, the initial shove by the student and then that initial swarm of 20 people. We're talking all 10 to 20 something seconds before Deacon were there, helping me up, and Deacon security, yeah.
And in terms of your interactions with the police following the incident, I think you said that you gave a statement, is that right? So
I was led up by Deacon security to where the officers were. I said I'd just been assaulted by two people, and I gave my statement.
And then, as I understand it, after you gave your statement, you made some observations of what the police did after that. Could you talk to us about?
So after I gave my statement, I walked down with the police to near the stage, and I was able to spot both the student and the other assailant. I pointed them out. They said they'll speak to them. And what I saw that disturbed me is when I gave my statement, I didn't think of it much of a time. I thought that's how police work. They were very cold. They took my statement very politely, very coldly. And when I watched the same officer talking to the man who assaulted me, who was not a Deacon staff or student, they were just laughing. They were laughing, and he was patting him on the back, and he shook his hand, and he walked off. And I said in my statement, maybe he's just trying not to antagonize. I get it. But it felt very gross in the moment, the way they were laughing like they were buddies.
And did you receive any contact from the police after the incident?
Yeah, there were several officers from different precincts that have reached out and told me it's progressing, asking me some questions. But in the end, they reached out and said there's no evidence and nothing that could be done. Yeah.
And did they explain why nothing could be done beyond an insufficiency of evidence?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Now, on the 7th of May, after the alleged incidents, you received an email from a person within the School of Information Technology at Deakin checking on your wellbeing. Is that right?
Which item is this one?
I'm just referring to paragraph 27 of your statement.
Yeah, that is correct.
And you responded to that person and said that you didn't feel safe returning to Deakin. Is that correct?
Correct.
Why was that?
I think based on the fact that I'd been assaulted, and as far as I could tell, these protests are going to be ongoing, and this was repeating the pattern that we were seeing in other universities in Victoria, in Australia, across the world, I did feel scared in a way. which is ironic because the whole point of me being there was to show Jewish students it's okay to be here, it's okay to show who you are and to have conversations, and that day just proved the opposite. And I remember describing a feeling talking to people about this, that when I was back on campus in times that I needed to be, I would walk around looking over my shoulder as I walked to the car park, turning down the volume on the music in my car as I get into Deakin, because someone will see me, recognize me, try to vandalize my car. That was the mental state that I was left in for months after it.
Now, having raised the concern about not feeling safe returning to the university, did you receive a response that addressed that concern, or attempted to address that concern?
There was a response that attempted to address the concern. It wasn't, I imagine it was well-intentioned, but it hit me in the wrong way, and missed the mark in a way that I think many Jewish people can relate to. And they said, if you need to, we can organize so that you can teach from home. And to me, I'm not trying to compare what we're experiencing today to the Holocaust, but before the Holocaust, there were decades that preceded it that probably had similar sort of behaviors, where hide at home, Jew. It's better if you just stay home. It's easier than tackling the problem. It's easier than dismantling the protest. You can work from home if that's what you need. And that's how I took it. That's how I experienced that email. Even though it might have been well-intentioned, it's not something that I'd expect from someone so high up in the university to miss the mark on.
And you also received an email from the Manager of Security Operations and Systems who directed you to a student misconduct reporting form. Is that right? And what did you do with that reporting form?
I submitted something similar to the statement that I gave to the police, a statement about what had happened. I was informed that for anything that is related to students, we'll go through the university, and anything that isn't, they'll have to escalate it in a different way. It wasn't clarified to me which way that will be done.
And after you submitted the student misconduct reporting form, what happened from that point?
There was an exchange of email over several months of me trying to get information as to what's going to happen to the student. There was, again, a particular email that just hit me the wrong way, and they said, we're not going to share information with you unless it pertains to you directly. And I said, this student assaulted me, and you're not willing to tell me, are they still going to be on campus? Are they still going to be present? I feel directly impacted by that. If I have to face this person again regularly to run into them, I do feel uncomfortable with that. But yielded no results, and I still, to this day, don't really know what the repercussions were.
Okay. Now, I just want to take you through a couple of paragraphs of your statement from 31. So, on the 10th of May, you received confirmation that your report had been received and that the committee would proceed to investigate. Do you recall that?
Yep. Yes.
And then on the 27th of May, you followed asking for an update, and that prompted a response on the 19th of June to say that the matter was proceeding to a hearing. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then on the 8th of July, you followed up again, and you give some evidence that you'd returned to teaching class and had already seen the student on campus. Is that right?
That is correct.
And what effect did that have?
It had the effect that I described that it would have. I felt uncomfortable. It reinforced the idea that I have to look over my shoulder. At that point, being involved in such an incident and having spoken to the media about it as well, I felt like that I could be a target on their list and of their group of someone to harass or pursue or injure, or I felt scared to be there and really just keeping my head on the swivel for several months.
Okay, and then on the 6th of August 2024, you received an email from the Student Conduct Office advising that a Student Misconduct Committee hearing had been held on the 30th of July 2024, and that certain allegations were substantiated. Do you recall receiving that?
Correct.
Now, I might just take you to that particular document, which is at Annexure 4 to your statement. Do you have that? At starting on page _0016. And should be the last page of your statement.
Yep.
Now, you gave some evidence a little earlier that you later found out that the second of the two incidents, so the incident where you were shoved off the stage, was committed by someone who wasn't a student at Deakin, is that right?
Correct.
And so the investigation related to the first incident that you alleged occurred in terms of the sign?
Yes, specifically to the student that assaulted me.
Yes, and this is the communication that you received in response, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Were you given a copy of the incident report that was prepared in relation to the alleged incident?
I'm not sure what document you're speaking of, but I don't think so.
Okay. Were you... I might just hand a document to you. I'll give a copy to the Commissioner. And I understand that this document has been allocated the document ID RCD.599.0001.0052. Now, before today, have you seen a copy of this document?
I've not seen this document before today.
Okay. And I just want to take you through some aspects of the document and ask you about them. So if you could turn to the second page of the document, it's addressed to from an account called Student Conduct at deakin.edu.au, and the subject line of the email is Outcome Letter.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's dated 6th of August 2024, which is the date that you received your own notification. And then it says, at a deferred hearing, dear redacted name, at a deferred hearing held at 12:45 on Tuesday the 30th of July, the Student Misconduct Committee reviewed allegations that you breached certain clauses of the Student Code of Conduct. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then it sets out a number of clauses, C, E, F and H, which were the clauses referred to in the letter that you, or the email that you received. Is that right?
Correct.
And then it said you were initially notified about these allegations by the Student Misconduct Committee on 14 June with a final notification inclusive of evidentiary updates emailed to you in a letter dated 26 July 2024. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then I won't, I'll ask the operator not to go to the next part of the document because there's a name that hasn't been redacted, but there's a reference to the submission of a written statement ahead of the hearing for the committee to consider. Were you ever given a copy of that statement?
I was not.
And then there's a reference to the person attending the hearing, and then an indication that the committee considered the following evidence. That evidence was your written submission dated 21 July, witness statements and evidence you submitted, evidence binder, your responses during the hearing, tabled evidence provided on the day, including audio of you naming security guard. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Were you given any of those materials before this incident report was? If we could take that document down, please, from the screen. Were you given any of those materials prior to the report being finalised?
I was not.
Okay. And then there's a section headed discussion. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a statement, the committee considered 5 instances of alleged behaviour which may have breached the Student Code of Conduct. And then incident 2 is identified as regarding the allegation that you forcibly removed a sign held by a staff member causing them injury in the process.
Mm-hmm.
You see that? Were you aware that that incident was incident 2?
No, I've never.
Okay. And then if we go over the page, I'll just take you to the third substantive paragraph, which is dealing with incident 2. And it says the committee commenced the hearing by discussing incident 2. You denied this allegation, stating that you did not tear the staff member's sign. You explained that you were in front of the stage and looked up to see a scuffle break out, and that you did not attend the scene until after trying to find a security guard. When intervening, you stated that you attempted to separate the protesters before asking the male who assaulted the staff member to leave. You stated that he did. Were you made aware that that was what the respondent to the complaint?
I've never seen this piece of fiction.
Okay. And then there's a statement, when deliberating on this incident, the committee considered the allegations, the witness statements provided, and your responses on the day. On the balance of probabilities and with all of the evidence considered, the committee found all allegations unsubstantiated in relation to this incident. Were you made aware that that was the committee's conclusion?
No, I was not made aware of that.
Okay, thank you. Now, the email that advised you of the outcome at the conclusion of your statement indicated that the outcomes are confidential to the student misconduct process unless they relate directly to you. In this case, the outcomes do not relate directly to you and cannot be disclosed. Do you see that statement? This is on the final paragraph of the final page.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any reflections or comments on that aspect of the process?
I think, as I've said before, this is a misunderstanding of what does or doesn't affect me as a staff member that was assaulted by a Deakin student. So I really wish they had shared with me, even knowing and understanding how it was handled, and now finding out today that my entire claim was dismissed and is not part of any repercussions. That the student experience is quite significant. And also, I do want to add, I'm not a Deakin security staff member, but I am aware that another thing I did after the incident took place is I looked around for cameras. And from my perspective, there should have been ample CCTV footage proving what had happened that overlooks the stage where I was first assaulted. So,
but
quite disappointed to hear this outcome.
Now, in terms of the way that the alleged incident affected your participation in university life, what impact did it have on your participation after it occurred?
I think that whether knowingly or not, it's deterred me from coming on campus. As is highlighted in one of the emails from the university, I am able to work from home, but that has never been my choice. I would often come on campus, as I do with my previous work at Deloitte and at Bupa. I do have the option to work from home. It's not something I opted to do. I like coming in person, getting to know people, getting out of the house. Doubly so for my university work, getting to know my students in person is something that I wanted to do. And in truth, I haven't been on campus in over a year now, over a year and a half, and I think a lot of it has to do with how this incident was handled.
Okay. And do you have any reflections on the university's responses to anti-Semitism, given your experiences there?
I think my case is one of hundreds across universities, but I think ultimately it's been poor. It's not the behavior you'd expect from anyone who does care about all their staff and students, regardless of religion or political belief or country of origin. It seems that they've neglected to look after us, and I say that again not just because of my incident, but having seen the encampment, seeing the things that happened in front of my eyes that I bore witness to other students, them being chased by the same man who assaulted me, who again is not part of Deakin, seeing megaphones shoved into their ear and being screamed at. I think they've completely neglected, they've allowed the abuse, harassment of Jewish students and staff, and as just we've had a non-Jewish someone giving evidence here prior to me, I think it extends beyond just Jewish staff and students.
Commissioner, if I could tender the
yes.
incident report, which has been, I understand, given a new document ID of RCD.599.001.0052_R.
Yes. Well, that document will be received as an exhibit.
Mr. Barazani, thank you for giving evidence. Commissioner, I don't have any further questions of this witness.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Barazani. You are excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, Ms. Heger will take the next witness.
Yes.
Commissioner, I call Dr Yoni Nazarathy.
Yes.
Will you be giving an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Could you please state your full name?
Yoni Nazarathy, Dr. Yoni Nazarathy. Sorry, Mrs. Daly Hager, I don't see you, so that I don't know if that was intended I would see you.
I believe you should be able to see me.
Now I do. Now I do.
You do.
Thank you.
Wonderful. And you prepared a statement for the Commission dated 9 July 2026, correct?
That is correct.
And do you have a copy of that statement there with you?
Yes, I do.
Is that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Commissioner, I attend to the statement. It's stat.899.0099.0001_R.
Yes. The statement will be received as an exhibit.
And I'm tendering the annexures separately. They are stat.899.0099.0002_R.
Yes. That will be separately admitted.
You are currently an Associate Professor in the School of Mathematics and Physics at the University of Queensland.
Yes, that is correct. At 40% capacity for the last couple of years.
I see. And you've worked at the University of Queensland since 2012?
That is correct.
You were born in Israel?
Correct.
And you obtained your PhD from, now tell me if I'm pronouncing this correctly, Haifa University?
Correct.
And that's in Israel?
Correct.
You also worked in the Netherlands for a period and then migrated to Australia in 2011?
Yes, when I finished my PhD, I moved with family to postdoc in the Netherlands, and then we migrated to Australia, first to Melbourne, and have been since in Brisbane.
And you continue to maintain professional relationships with academic institutions in Israel?
Yes, certainly. In my field, probability and statistics, there have been a lot of contributions from Israeli scholars, and I maintain relationships with many.
Right, and so the sort of work that you've done as part of that collaboration involves statistics, did you say?
Yeah, statistics, more specifically the field of applied probability, queuing theory, the Journal of Applied Probability that now has the editor is now a person in the University of Melbourne, but that journal has a history in the state of Israel from the early 70s. There have been many contributions to probability and statistics from Israeli academia members.
I see. And you say in your statement that you identify as a Zionist?
Yes, that's in item 8. If you don't mind, I'll read what I say and then add to that, but then also perhaps come back to item 7. So I proudly identify as a Zionist, as I believe that Israel has a right to exist, just like every other country. So in a nutshell, there is just no reason not to identify as a Zionist. However, up until October 7th, 2023, I didn't think of myself in these terms. I enjoyed living in this wonderful country we have here, Australia. Under 30 million people on a continent. We really need to make the best of it. But following the events that came after the start of the war in October, first in the University of Queensland, later at QUT, where I experienced other events, that's Queensland University and Technology, and also through the Brisbane community post the Bondi attack, my Zionist identity has been strengthened. I'd also like to comment on item 7 if possible.
Yes, please do.
So in item 7, I read that I write that I've been a critic of some Israeli policies over the years. And I have previously voiced my opinions on policies of the Israeli government. And now I'll go off what's written in item 7. That goes with respect to human rights of Palestinians and the abandonment of a course of kind of a two-state solution. Which seems, unfortunately, for me, that's my own political opinion, very far away. So I have a lot of criticism, both from previous years and today, on policies of the Israeli government, and it is a democratically elected government. But that doesn't contradict the fact that I'm a Zionist. In fact, I've been called a Zionist infiltrator at times, and I have reason to believe that I've also been labeled the pro-Israel lobby. I think those things are very wrong. So it is wrong to accuse people that have connections and ties to Israel, as most Jews do, because 45% of the world's Jewish population lives in Israel. It is wrong to accuse them, not that there's anything wrong with being a pro-Israel lobby, but to accuse them of being a pro-Israel lobby. I'm simply a person living in Australia with Australian citizenship and heritage in Israel.
From paragraph 9 of your statement, you describe that around about 26 April 2024, you became aware through social media that what you describe as an anti-Israel encampment was going to be established by a pro-Palestinian student organisation at the University of Queensland. Is that right?
That's correct.
And as you understood it, it was intended to be established in the Great Court of UQ's St Lucia campus. How significant is the Great Court in the context of the layout of the university?
At the University of Queensland, we have several campuses. The UQ St Lucia campus is the main campus. The Great Court is the central hub of life in the university. It's a beautiful place. I found that out on Friday, April the 26th, that the encampment was going to take place. This is after the encampment movement, I would say, has started previously in Columbia University in the US, and then it moved here, and that's how things rolled on.
And you understood from the social media posts that you had seen that one of the demands made by the organisers of the encampment was that UQ cut ties with Israeli universities. Did that cause you concern?
Yes, I need to kind of put a bit of context into the way I and other Jews and Israeli expats and not were feeling during early 2024. So we're speaking about a couple of months since the October 7th attack. And I personally perceived it as there was a war for the liberation of Palestine, which was going in one way or another with a lot of deaths. Deaths by not just by the Israeli side, but of course by the Palestinian side, both of militants and of uninvolved people. It was a very painful period. I felt that on that 26th of April, that the Gaza Strip is being brought over to my lucky Brisbane, Australia. And I feel that many others felt the same. Everybody was in pain. Beyond the hostages, some of which have been murdered or killed or released, there were just scores of Palestinian deaths, and that hurts. That it was a difficult time. Since 45% of the world's Jewish population lives in Israel, few are the Jews in Australia that don't have some ties. I have dozens of friends. So suddenly, my very lucky life, and the very lucky life that many of us shared, was disrupted. And the disruptors had their reasons, but it suddenly came to my front yard.
And did it concern you in particular that they were suggesting a cutting of ties with academics at Israeli universities?
Yes, because so I understand that boycotts are a political means of if one wants to fight for Palestinian nationalism, and boycotts is one of the non-violent tools in that tool set. I understand that, and that's an issue of debate within the Jewish community of how and what, how severe boycotts are and how they're treated. But here, this goes against the core principles of academic freedom. So it is a use of freedom of speech in the university, which I'm very glad that we have, to actually cut academic freedom in a way. And sorry, just another note, I actually, in the months before that, I've already felt this in my consulting world as well, because I felt that certain people did not want to speak with me because of my Israeli background, irrespective of my feelings and thoughts. So that was a very serious point for me.
You took the step that same day of emailing the Vice-Chancellor of the university and you requested that they not permit the encampment to proceed. What else did you outline in your email to the Vice-Chancellor?
So that is correct, first of all. And I decided that I will resort to pitching a tent myself. If encampments are permitted, then I was hopeful that encampments of all varieties are permitted. The university did not and does not have, to the best of my knowledge, a set of occupational health and safety measures for dealing with encampments and such. I later learned in June, late June, early July that year, 2024, that now encampments are banned. But the university did not have a policy. And I felt that if I will take this measure and pitch a tent myself, which is a tent that is, of course, not the anti-Israel encampment, it will allow and enable the university to cut encampments from the go, because they will ask parties of both sides, or perhaps of multiple sides, to depart.
And the Vice-Chancellor responded the very same day, indicating that the university would be reaching out to organisers to make sure they understood their obligations to uphold the university's values and policies, and also assured you that they had appropriate measures and personnel in place to respond appropriately if there were actions and behaviours that did not adhere to policies and code of conduct. Is that right?
That's correct.
Then you wrote back a couple of days later and indicated that your preference was that there be no encampments at all, but confirmed that if encampments were to be permitted, there'd be one on both sides.
Yes, I learned of the encampment plans on April the 26th, on the Friday. People from the Jewish community joined me and organized, and by April 28, I sent an email that's in Annexure YN1, which also included testimonials of UQ staff members, alumni, and community saying how they feel about the potential encampment. That's on Sunday night before the start of the encampments.
Yes, and those testimonials from staff and students, as you mentioned, outlined their concerns and fears regarding the establishment of the encampment.
Yes, that's correct.
Right. On the 29th of April, you observed that the anti-Israel encampment had been established, and you observed that one of the leaders at the encampment said something to the effect of that there were so many enemies in the government and the university administration that UQ should divest from Israel and that it should be treated like a pariah state. Say that at paragraph 14.
That is correct. I perceived the person speaking as though they were a student, and that particular person is also related to in several other points, because it turned out that as the month evolved and many months later, even up to an item related to 2026, that is a person that eventually I found out is not to the best of my knowledge, is not a university student. And so that speech made there on the opening of the anti-Israeli encampment on April 29th is actually significant in that regard.
A few hours after that encampment was established, you established your encampment, and what did you call it?
The community that was in my naming called it Camp Shalom. Shalom in Hebrew, Salem in Arabic. Shalom is peace, and it's also hello.
And it was located about 150 metres away from the other encampment at the opposite end of the Great Court.
Yes, that was a location that I considered and discussed with others. The Great Court, we of course we did not. We wanted to minimize friction, so we went to the farthest point on the Great Court. But yet, the Great Court is the central hub of university life, so it was important for us to be in that space.
And from time to time, you did receive visits from some Jewish staff and students at Camp Shalom, but other people told you that they just avoided the Great Court altogether.
Yeah, so that item 16 unpacks two separate pieces of information. So piece of information number one is that Camp Shalom did bring together a community as this whole exercise that's happening here at the national level is doing. I could count my Jewish and Israeli friends on one hand before all the horrific events started, starting with October 7th through Bondi massacre, etc., and now they're by the dozens. It certainly made, I felt that it made many Jewish students and staff feel welcomed. There were also comments I heard from other Jewish staff members, senior staff members at multiple, that did not attend either encampment. And those comments were of the essence of, I'm paraphrasing, I found the whole encampment horrific and just wanted to get on with my life. So they avoided the Great Court altogether.
You describe a number of incidents that took place during that encampment at the university, and at the time you were also recording those incidents on your personal website?
That is correct.
And you informed the university about that website during the encampment?
Yes, I'll say that senior university staff members have been and are still today in close contact. So that started in the encampment period, and it's at the end of the day it's collegial contact. So, and as part of that, as I was recording these incidents that came in through the various channels, because I wasn't aware of every specific incident, I also let the university know about that page on my website.
I see. And the university subsequently reviewed that website and wrote to you about some of the incidents that had been recorded on it?
Right. So on item 19, as you state, the UQ subsequently reviewing the incident. So that happened after the encampment, several months after. So we're speaking about the period of September, October. And the university formulated a response letter, and I had a closed room meeting with the vice chancellor, the head of HR, and myself, where they outlined that response letter to me.
I see. Can I then just ask you about some of the incidents that you set out on your website and that are now set out in your statement? Starting from paragraph 22, you note that there was a disturbance on the 4th of May 2024. Can you just describe what happened on that occasion?
Yes. So if I'm not mistaken, that's a Saturday morning, unless I'm wrong, on the 4th of May 2024. That's from memory. This was one of many. There were many incidents luckily without physical harm to anybody, but many incidents. This was one incident where an individual walked over to the encampment. I do not know from where because I was sleeping, and woke us up. The severity of this incident on its own would have not made a paragraph in my statement here. But I later learned that, to the best of my knowledge, that is an alleged student that also urinated in a staff member's office 3 days before that. That staff member is an Israeli expat. Was an Israeli expat.
And
no longer at UQ.
And on your understanding, as you set out in paragraph 23, did that student also graffiti something on the wall of that staff member's office?
Yes, so that was, to the best of my knowledge, on the Thursday that preceded May 4th. So that must be May 2nd. To the best of my knowledge, the student entered the expat Israeli staff member's working area, urinated, I don't know where, and wrote resign, might have written their name or not. I have not seen this. This is second-hand information. I would like to say that this is one of many incidents of the encampment, but to the best of my knowledge, this is the only incident reported by ABC News relating to the UQ encampments situation. And in that report on ABC News, which my memory serves me right, should be around somewhere in the early days of May, UQ has stated there is no relationship between this urination and the encampments. If I may go on just a bit further, many of the participants in the anti-Israel encampment had their reasons to do so, and most are law-abiding. They did not deviate from the law. This participant, whether they are part of the anti-Israel encampment or not, that is not the question. The question is that there was an environment of hostility towards Jews, as unfortunately I feel there still is today here in Australia. And it only requires one individual to deviate from the norm and cross the line and do something that is improper. So the university handled it, but to the best of my knowledge, told ABC that this is not related to the encampments, and the story moved on, and that was the only coverage. If I may, just one more bit on this, sorry.
I was just going to confirm
So
your
I did-
understanding that the student was suspended by the university.
My understanding, the student was suspended. It was actually in the response letter from the vice chancellor. So for that I have confirmation from the vice chancellor. If I may, just a bit more. So I re-raised this incident with the vice chancellor early in February, or sometime in February this year, because here in Brisbane we had a ramming of the synagogue in Margaret Street. Nothing related to university, but it's we don't have many synagogues in Brisbane. We have a close-knit Jewish community. Synagogue was rammed, and to the best of my knowledge, this is not an orchestrated attack by a prescribed terrorist organization, but it is an attack on the Jewish community. The same type of attack that happened, this urination attack, luckily nobody got hurt. It's just a vandalism attack. Is the general nature of things that we are seeing, and it only takes one or two people that deviate from the norm to then cross the lines.
You also describe other instances of vandalism at paragraphs 25 and 26, but if it's all right with you, I might move to the YouTube video incident at paragraph 27. Yeah. Could you just describe to me what you observed in that video?
So this is not firsthand. This is something that made the media during the encampments period and was, to the best of my knowledge, appeared in the Courier Mail, one of the newspapers here in Queensland. And it is two people in the anti-Israel encampment, and I'm quoting, this is what I saw in the video: "If I lived in Palestine, I'd be a terrorist, and 100% I would join Hamas." That is item 27.
All Right. And that was one of the issues addressed by the university in their letter to you?
I think it was, that's in item 28. I think it was addressed by addressing it to me. I do not feel that this issue is addressed. To the best of my knowledge, the university did not take disciplinary action that is adequate here for intent or alleged intent to partake in violence. I also raised these matters after the horrific Bondi attack in an email. That's in a later item, but there's kind of all these. So if we look at the items that appear during, we're talking back in May 2024 during the encampment period, some of them are vandalism, harassment, abuse, stickers, the list goes on, and there's a subset in my statement. But there is a small subset of things that can be potentially related or tied to terror. And it is those things which, of course, after the Bondi attack, I took more seriously and still am.
So the university explained that they had taken action in relation to one of the individuals in the video, but were unable to identify the second, but didn't specify what action had been taken. Is that right?
That's correct.
You go on to describe a number of other incidents, including that you experienced verbal harassment and on a number of occasions, including being called baby killers.
Yes, that's correct.
And at paragraph 31, subparagraph A, you note that on the 9th of May, during a protest, a person smashed a window of a classroom which had 50 students inside.
That's correct. I saw the window later that evening. The report is from a news report.
And the university advised you that they'd investigated the incident but were unable to identify the individual?
Yes, that is a general theme. To the best of my knowledge, it's only the urination individual that has been acted upon. Because if we go back to the intent, terror, or potential support of terror, etc., I didn't see sort of clear action. So if one reviews the university response, to the best of my knowledge, it is in terms of student body, it is a urinating student and not beyond.
On a couple of occasions, you observed the flag of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine being flown, which you understand to be a designated terrorist organisation in several countries.
Yeah, it's on a specific overnight, a day and a half. Members of Camp Shalom noticed this flag, looked up this flag. This organization has been associated with several events that are classified as terror events. We let the university know. The university, to the best of my knowledge, asked the organizers to remove the flag. But again, we're speaking about a general atmosphere of, I don't know where this flag is now. I don't know who put the flag. And I reminded the university of this terror flag as in the intent of taking part in terrorism in an email on December 19th, as we're all mourning the Bondi attack. And I would have expected a mindset that would be different regarding that.
So to confirm that the university directed the removal of the flag, but they weren't able to take further action because they couldn't work out who had displayed it.
That I don't know. All I know is to the best of my knowledge, there's not, this hasn't been followed on through. The flag offended the group of people that was in Camp Shalom. That's at least how I see it. Ask him to take it down, and that's it. End of story.
But wasn't that the action that they'd outlined in their response letter that I said before? Can I just direct your attention to the last sentence of 31B? You say the response letter stated that they had directed the removal of the flag, but no further action was taken.
Yes, that's the response. That's all I know about this flag, not beyond that.
Okay. You also refer at paragraph D over on the next page to a number of stickers that were posted around the campus. Could I just take you to Annexure YN4, please?
Yes, I see it.
Could you just explain to me how you interpret this sticker and what your reaction is to it?
Look, I'm not an expert of anti-Semitism, and some people would classify anti-Semitism as one of several types. This is so. With my non-expertise, please accept me saying that this is your classic, good old Holocaust down the road anti-Semitism. So anti-Semitism that existed before the rise of Nazis in 1930, and unfortunately also exists in Australia now in 2026. So this is not related to the Middle East conflict. I see many aspects of anti-Semitism related to the Middle East conflict. This is your good old anti-Semitism. This is another situation where we, the way these things kind of panned out during those crazy times of the encampments was, of course, the WhatsApp groups are going crazy. People are seeing this sticker. I'm alerting UQ Security because that I was the point of contact. UQ Security did the best they could, to the best of my knowledge. I mean, they really worked hard during that time. But the directive they had was not, they were not equipped to deal with such situations. Right, so somebody put something which is kind of a direct vilifying sticker. It was on the southeast corner of the Great Court, so somewhere kind of on the, 90 degrees between where our encampment was and the anti-Israel encampment was, and CCTV camera potentially. We've heard this story before. Doesn't catch it, and we move on. I will say that after this sticker, it was really the first time that, to the best of my memory and to the best of my knowledge, that the Vice Chancellor acknowledged in a broad email to staff and students, or he said the word anti-Semitism, because the 2 weeks before that, it was activism. Activism, right? You can say stuff that does not, that vilifies Zionists, in my view, left, right, and center, calls Israel a white supremacist state, takes the culture, which is my culture, and effectively erases it. And that is not anti-Semitism. This sticker kind of did it. Okay, and afterwards the Vice Chancellor did send in, of course, the university executive was working hard during the months of May, but it was only after this sticker, or maybe a day or two later, that anti-Semitism appeared in one of those broad community staff and students messages, to the best of my memory.
And then if I could take you to paragraph 32, you say on the 17th of May 2024, the Vice-Chancellor sent an email noting the university's commitment to engaging with encampment organisers to reach a peaceful resolution, and that to minimise disruption to university activities, the camp should discontinue as soon as possible. What did you do in response to that email?
So that message came through the university executive is working hard, discussing with encampment members of both sides. The goal of the Camp Shalom encampment, which I should say that by this time we're into the 3rd week of the encampment. One of the things that happened is that, while the first spark perhaps started by an old academic, it was now the young Jewish students that took management of it, right? And we now, as a consequence, have an AUGUS branch at the University of Queensland, and it was no longer. I was sort of just another player there, and I'm very happy about that. So the end game that was the purpose of why would a bunch of Jews put an encampment in the middle of the Great, or on the side of the Great Court? It was so as I said before, so the university would have a tool to ask both encampments, please depart. ask, say, or change the code of conduct quickly. We were looking in all kinds of directions. We were looking at occupational health and safety risks, and there was no. Somebody asks me in the encampment, can I bring a barbecue generator here, right? And I say, no, this is a great court, but there's no rule book on how to camp on, you go to any campsite in Australia, you've got plenty of rules. There's no, so we were going in that direction. That didn't work. And then finally on that item 32, which you have, May 17th, the Vice Chancellor asks the encampments to leave. The next day, the Jewish community packs up Camp Shalom and leaves. Oh, that's on item 33, May 18th.
But at that point, the other encampment did not pack up until a few days later.
So again, I'm going off from memory. If I recall correctly, this was a point where other universities had started the bargaining process with other encampments, and this is not in statements, the dates are not clear, but I know there was bargaining in Melbourne Uni, there was an occupation of a building, etc. There was not an incentive, as far as I know, for the activists and the other encampment to pack up and leave. The university asking was not enough. In fact, it was the few days that followed Camp Shalom departure, so Camp Shalom departing on Saturday, May 18th, the few days that follows the weekdays involved protests which had chants which I and others in the Jewish community here found very offensive. So they were a strengthened kind of narrative that also involved phrases like out, out, Israel out. And while this can be put in the context of potentially out of Gaza, out of the West Bank, but maybe it's out of all of Israel, but maybe it's out of UQ, because we just left the encampment. This wasn't a pleasant time to be a Jewish person at the University of Queensland.
You say at paragraph 35 that despite the Vice-Chancellor's correspondence on 17 May and again 21 May, the other encampment remained on site for a further 2 or 3 weeks?
Yes, correct.
You then go on to include some reflections on the university's response from paragraph 36, and you note that UQ's executive team were very responsive and respectful in their meetings and communications with you, and you understood part of their aim was to do what was best for the university.
That is correct. They still are.
And you also observe that you feel like there is more awareness among some members of the university executive about the lack of security, including emotional security, that you and other Jews feel on campus, and that's certainly the case after the Bondi attack.
There was, in late 2024 is when the events started to be more heated in Australia, as we all know, with the torching of synagogues and multiple events and things like that. So by that time, people in university management were very aware. So it did not take much for an event to happen on a national scale and then for correspondence to happen. It's also that the UQ executive works with the Queensland Jewish Board of Directors, and hopefully also with the Zionist Council of Queensland. These are the two main bodies we have here. So as a consequence of all of these things, I do see a lot of sensitivity coming from UQ management into this issue. That's what I have in item 36 pretty much.
Then you go on to make some other observations, though, about how the totality of the interactions between during the encampment period left you feeling. What are your observations in that regard?
Look, at the end of the day, I still feel that I'm a risk to be managed and not an asset to be cherished. And I'm speaking about myself, but I think I'm representing the few other Jews that are here in my university. So there's care, there is respect, but I feel like it's a risk to the university in contrast to, hey, are we really upholding the university's values? I'm very proud in the University of Queensland that we have very strong values about LGBTQI plus communities and of course First Nations communities and multiculturalism in general. When you look at Jews, we're a very small number here. And I feel that at the end of the day, it's kind of, okay, let's keep that risk at bay. If I go to the one, for example, current open issue between UQ and the Jewish community is the interference of outside actors with student life. So this doesn't have to do with the Jewish community per se, but it has to be kind of with a matter of what's happening. So if we go back to item 20 and to item where the person that yelled that allegedly said those Zionist losers, and the same in item 14, and there's a situation where there's, for example, one or sometimes a bit more few individuals that enter student life but are not students, and that is kind of an ongoing discussion I'm having with the university. The university prefers not to rock the boat. That is at least my interpretation of the way things are happening through kind of collegial conversations. We don't want to bar external actors from influencing the student body, even though they're not students. I think that as an educator in the university, and of course I care for my students, this is something that goes beyond anti-Semitism and Judaism. While this is not a high school, we do need to protect our student body from outside influence. So when I go back, sorry, I'll finish in a second. When I get to this point of this, how I feel, oh, this is just I'm just bothering the university with this. That's what I feel.
I see. You conclude with some observations about a conference that you attended at Queensland University of Technology in January last year, and I'm not going to ask you details about which individuals said what at that conference, but you observe that it occurred soon after the the arson attack on the Maroubra Childcare Centre in Sydney?
Yes. Early 2025, the Jewish community was already suffering from quite significant anti-Semitic attacks that had only affected property pretty much to that level. I became aware of a conference that's called the National Symposium on Unifying Anti-Racist Research and Action, a conference in QUT. This is, of course, not my field of research. I'm in mathematics and statistics, but I became aware of the fact that the conference is bringing together a particular view, which of a range of speakers, which, to the best of my knowledge, have had statements that call for the removal of Israel, vilify Zionists, I'm paraphrasing, but denigrate Israeli society to a level which I found to be very racist. I found it my duty to attend this conference as an observer. The main 2 days of the conference were in the Brisbane Convention Centre. That was on a Thursday or Friday, whereas on the Wednesday, there was an opening event, which I attended. That event was not a conference event. It was positioned as a comedic event. This was a day after the child care center attack, arson attack and such in Sydney. There was no mention of that. Yes. There was no mention of, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. As I said at the outset, I'm not going to ask you to repeat exactly what was said, but the point that you wish to emphasise at paragraph 40 was that you perceived some of what was said to be belittling concerns about anti-Semitism?
To say the least. I felt that there was would you like to speak?
And you also perceived some of the behaviour to be anti-Semitic.
I perceived it to be offensive, just like this sticker that was shown up, but actually much more. I perceived there to be an equating of Zionists to everything that is wrong and bad in the world, everything that is racist. This is the conference about racism. So there were, to the best of my memory, two people that spoke about the special envoy in a belittling manner. At least that's what I perceived it to be, in a belittling manner. There was and I'm not offended by Free Palestine chants. I understand the desire for Palestinian nationalism. It's a nationalistic movement that has place in my personal view. So I exclude that.
Dr. Nazarathy, I might just pause you there because I said I wasn't going to ask you about details of exactly what was said or by whom. But you said that you were subsequently interviewed about this event and you felt you weren't given a chance to explain why you perceived some of the behaviour to be anti-Semitic.
I think my perception was that this event shocked the Australian Jewish community, and I think on multiple sides. I think that also people from views that are not in mainstream Judaism also suffered from this event. I think things could have happened in different ways, in a collegial, discussion-oriented way, right? So I think I think that this event had negative impact on the Australian Jewish community. As a side note, as an attendee, I actually learned a lot about First Nations struggles, and I respected a lot of what I heard, but that was a side note. I felt that the event focused on vilification of Zionists in a very strong way, equating racism and Zionism.
I understand. Dr.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there something else you wish to mention without going into the details of what was said at that conference?
Yes, so I'll answer your question, sorry. So the QUT carried out an investigation where a respected, to the best of my knowledge, retired judge carried out the investigation to see what's happened, what was wrong with this conference? Why did it rock the boat? I had a chance to have an interview of somewhere between 45 minutes and an hour as part of that investigation. I felt I was not given a chance to explain what part of the content I found anti-Semitic. But I felt that the broad Jewish community in Australia found a majority or a good part of the content to be anti-Semitic. The report was then finalized, and we move on.
Commissioner, I have no further questions of Dr. Nazarathy.
Well, Dr. Nazarathy, thank you for agreeing to give evidence today. You are now excused.
Thank you.
Could I just have a moment, Commissioner.
Yes, Ms Hager.
I understand there's an application, Commissioner.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. I understand my appearance was announced this morning, but in the event it wasn't. If it pleases the Commissioner, my name is Hamzy, and I appear for the Australian Palestine Advocacy Network.
Ah, right.
I'll just note that no notification was given of any application, so it's being made now, as far as I understand it.
Yes.
That's right. It arises from the witness's evidence, and it was simply because he was asked about his interpretation of the sticker, which says, if I don't steal it, someone else will. And I just wanted to ask Dr Nazarathy if his interpretation of that sticker would change if he was told that those words were used by the person depicted in the sticker, and that he is in fact a settler in East Jerusalem who used those words himself. I just wanted to understand if his interpretation would change.
Look, I'm sorry, but firstly, I didn't catch your name.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Hamzy, appearing on behalf of the Australia-Palestine Advocacy Network.
Yes, I must say, I thought earlier in the day, am I wrong, there was an appearance?
Yes, Commissioner. I think that was the case.
Just bear with me. I thought Mr Hamzy appeared earlier for the Australian Palestine Advocacy Network.
That was Mr Bakri, Commissioner. I'm Ms Hamzy. I understand Mr
Oh,
Bakri...
I'm sorry, Ms Hamzy. Ms Hamzy, it wasn't you. There was a man who made an appearance. Perhaps it was Mr Bakri, was it?
It was Mr Bakri, Commissioner, who made it through an
All right, we've sorted that out. Now, look, the practical difficulty, there are a couple, one of which is there was no notification of this application. And the very practical difficulty is I've excused the doctor. He's not with us anymore.
I appreciate that.
I'm not going to set up the screen again, having excused the witness. There are mechanisms for the grant of leave to examine a witness, and it is necessary to stick with them. I suspect
I appreciate that.
Your query might well be the sort of matter that could be the subject of submission in due course, I suspect.
Yes, I understand. Thank you, Commissioner. Just to clarify, the reason that that application was not made before was I don't think it was apparent from Dr Nazarathy's statement what his precise interpretation of that sticker was. It's referred to as a number of anti-Semitic stickers were posted around campus as set out in an annexure, and the witness helpfully elaborated on his interpretation during examination. And so my question arose from that, Commissioner. That's why there was no application.
All right.
Well, thank you, I understand.
All of that
Thank
is
you.
noted, and I'm going to now adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.